son sort. Le rythme de son cœur s'aligne au stroboscope et bat un peu plus fort. Elle veut pas s'asseoir, elle veut s'oublier. Elle veut qu'on la drague, qu'on la regarde et qu'on la fasse tourner. Elle veut pas s'asseoir, ça a trop duré. L'immobilité forcée, ce soir la vie va recommencer. Il faut que ça bouge, il faut que ça tremble, il faut que ça transpire encore. Dans le bordel des bars le soir, débraillé dans le noir. Il faudra réapprendre à boire, il faudra respirer encore. Il faut que ça bouge, il faut que ça tremble, il faut que ça transpire encore. Dans le bordel des bars le soir, débraillé dans le noir. Il faudra réapprendre à boire, il faudra respirer encore. Allez, respire encore. Allez, respire encore. Allez, allez, allez. Allez, respire encore. Allez, allez. Allez, respire encore. Allez, 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 allez. Allez, respire encore. Allez, 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 allez. Oh, il faut que ça bouge.
Thank you so much, Eli. Appreciate you, Eli.
Dans le bordel des bars le soir, débraillé dans le noir. Il faudra réapprendre à boire, il faudra respirer encore. Il faut que ça bouge, il faut que ça tremble, il faut que ça transpire encore. Dans le bordel des bars le soir, débraillé dans le noir. Il faudra réapprendre à boire, il faudra respirer encore. Allez, respire encore. Allez, respire encore. Et toi, qu'est-ce que tu regardes? T'as jamais vu une femme qui se
The
bat?
Vols Bastia debate.
Suis-moi dans la ville blafarde et je te
Yeah, I watched
montrerai comme je mords, comme j'aboie.
Why is it?
Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Et toi, mais qu'est-ce que tu crois? Je ne suis qu'un animal déguisé en madone. Et toi, je pourrais te faire mal, je pourrais te blesser, oui, dans la nuit qui frissonne. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Et toi, qu'est-ce que tu t'imagines? Je suis aussi vorace, aussi vivante que toi. Sais-tu que là sous ma poitrine, une
Thank you so much, Ro Kelly.
que tu ne soupçonnes
Thank you, Ro Kelly.
pas. Prends garde,
When am I gonna clean my room? I'm gonna clean my room this week. Thursday. After Thursday. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. Thursday, I'm gonna IRL to go to the Halloween store, and we're gonna buy decorations. I'm gonna clean my room Thursday. We're gonna buy decorations. Then Friday, we're gonna have a spooky setup. I'm gonna get a bunch of spooky decorations from the Halloween, and I'm gonna get props. I'm gonna get a bunch of props. I'm gonna get a fucking lot of shit from the Halloween store. Probably Thursday. We'll do it Thursday.
Sargon of the Cat. I think you could gain many of his followers if you're a good thief. He is the ultimate influence to enchanting communists.
How do I debate Sargon? Probably after I debate Stefan Molyneux, I could debate him. Oh, he's banned? Yeah, everyone's banned. What the fuck? Demetrius with a 5. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Damn. Who's got a problem with my hairy back? Huh? Who's got a problem? Think I'm ashamed? Think I'm ashamed? I'm the silverback. I'm a silverback. I'm a silverback.
Qu'est-ce que tu crois?
A real woman loves hair on a man's back. You understand? If she don't like hair on your back, her pussy whack. Run this out, shit. Listen. Remember, quote me and repeat this. If she don't like hair on her man's back, her pussy whack. Quote it. Quote it. What? When she's wet, that's also pee? Oh my god. Now they're saying it has pee in it. That's what they're saying now. It has pee in it. The fuck, man?
Not been here for a while, BC time zones, but it looks like infrared is still rising. Infra 8, tanky infra 8.
Thank you, Marxism-Leninism. Appreciate you.
Comme je mords, comme j'aboie. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade. Sous mon sang la regarde. Sous mon sang la grenade. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade. Sous mon sang la regarde. Sous mon sang. Qu'un animal déguisé en madone. Et toi, je pourrais te faire mal, je pourrais te blesser, oui, dans la nuit qui frissonne. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Et toi, qu'est-ce que tu t'imagines? Je suis aussi vorace, aussi vivante que toi. Sais-tu que là sous ma poitrine, une rage sommeille que tu ne soupçonnes pas. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon regarde. T'as jamais vu une femme qui se bat? Suis-moi dans la ville blafarde et je te montrerai comme je mords, comme j'aboie. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Et toi, mais qu'est-ce que tu crois? Je ne suis qu'un animal déguisé en madone.
Give me a sec.
Et toi,
I'm finishing food.
je pourrais te faire mal, je pourrais te blesser, oui, dans la nuit qui frissonne. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Et toi,
Kiana's show?
tu t'imagines,
Not for a long time.
je suis aussi vorace, aussi vivante que toi.
I have too much pride, you know? I don't want to be a leech.
Ma poitrine,
I'll go on when I start getting way more average viewers,
que tu ne soupçonnes
you know?
pas. Prends garde, sous mon
She's helped us a ton, you know?
grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la.
When I start getting like 1K viewers average, I'll go back on.
Prends garde,
Right now, I'm in an embarrassing state.
grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Prends garde.
Ismail, thank you so much.
Smile donated $10.
Thank you so much for the 10, dude. Appreciate you. Clever Hype, thank you so much. Appreciate you too.
Et toi, qu'est-ce que tu regardes? T'as jamais vu une femme qui se bat? Suis-moi dans la ville blafarde et je te montrerai mort comme j'aboie.
I hate this food. Got a pro tip. If you put injera bread in the fridge, it tastes like shit.
Regarde, sous mon sang la grenade.
It's like not even consumable.
Sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la.
Ah, God, it tastes like shit. It's horrible.
Mais qu'est-ce que tu crois? Je ne suis qu'un
Absolutely atrocious.
déguisé en madone. Et toi, je pourrais te faire mal, je pourrais te blesser, oui, dans la nuit qui frissonne. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Prends garde, sous mon sang la
I want to see this. What's this? Why did you decide to not debate Stefan? Thank you for the cleaver. Someone fill this guy in. Someone fill him in. I've fucking explained it 5 trillion times, so it's just someone fill him in on the why it didn't happen. Literal useless chat. Literally a fucking useless chat. Oh, okay, someone explained it. Never mind. I told you to fucking fill him in, and fucking no one was doing it. Okay, if someone did it, my bad.
What do you think of Shadowlands?
Man, they got me good. It's my friend Peter. Hi, Peter. Aw.
Look, if you don't live in the Midwest, you don't fucking have Halloween. Okay? Don't be living in the fucking South or in California or in Florida or the fucking urbanized East Coast and say you have Halloween, because you fucking don't, okay? You don't. You just don't. Don't fucking be out here, oh, I'm celebrating Halloween, and I'm going to haunted houses, and I live in Florida. You have fucking palm trees in Florida. There's nothing fucking spooky about fucking palm trees. And all of you who live in the South, where it's hot as shit all the time, oh, I have Halloween, I live in the South. Shut the fuck up. You don't fucking have Halloween. We have Halloween. And you fucking don't. If you go to the fucking Midwest, that's what Halloween looks like, okay? That's what spooky looks like. We have spooky forests, spooky atmosphere, spooky environment, spooky autumn. All of the TV shows you've ever seen. All of the movies you've ever seen about, high schoolers and college kids having a fun time at a Halloween party and there's a slasher. Guess what? Those parties take place here. They take place here, you fucking loser. But you guys live in the South, you live in Florida, you live in the East Coast, you live in fucking California where they have fucking palm trees, and you're trying to act like you have Halloween. You don't fucking have Halloween with palm trees. Shut the fuck up. You don't fucking have Halloween with fucking palm trees. And you know what? You don't even fucking have Christmas if you have palm trees. What kind of fucking Christmas has fucking palm trees? I went to fucking Florida for Christmas once, and you want to know what those fucking coping Floridian cucks used to fucking say? Because I used to say, how does Santa come here? He doesn't have a sleigh, because there's no snow, so how does he come here? You want to know what those disgusting fucking Floridians used to say? They used to say, Santa, he rides a helicopter. And that's how he delivers presents. How ugly. That's fucking season. That's a fucking seasonal, that's season themed. That's Christmas magic. Is having a fucking helicopter. That's fucking scary. You fucking loud ass fucking helicopter. Santa's supposed to be as quiet as a fucking mouse when he rides his sleigh. His sleigh is not supposed to make any noise. The only fucking noise it's supposed to make is from the jingle bells and the fucking reindeers that are, doing reindeer shit and trottling a little bit on the fucking roof. But that motherfucker's in a helicopter, and what does he do? He just throws the presents off the helicopter because he can't land it on your roof. And if he lands it on your roof, that's just disgusting. They started to say that because of the fucking Waco and Ruby Ridge government black helicopters and the fucking FEMA and whatever the fuck, FBI, and they're trying to normalize government black helicopters and trying to say Santa fucking comes in a fucking helicopter. Get the fuck out of here, Florida. You guys have fucking palm trees. You don't have Christmas and you don't fucking have Halloween. And you know what? You don't even have Thanksgiving. Why the fuck would you celebrate Thanksgiving if you live in California or Florida or some other fucking coastal place? What kind of fucking Thanksgiving do you have? Huh? Oh, we have Thanksgiving. Shut the fuck up, dude. You have fucking palm trees outside. Why don't you have fucking coconut giving? You don't fucking have Thanksgiving. Have fucking coconut giving. Fucking losers. Yeah, I'm sick of people who are acting like they have holidays when you don't even fucking live in the Midwest. That's where the fucking holidays are. The Midwest. Okay? What about the Rocky Mountains? What, Wyoming and Colorado and Montana? Get the fuck out of here. Your dumb fake states. Your states are fake. You don't have anything. The only fucking people who have fucking holidays is the fucking Midwest. The Midwest is the only soulful, thematic place in the fucking America. We're the only fucking normal place. We have all of the seasons. All of our seasons look natural, and everything always looks seasonal and festive. We actually have the 4 seasons. Each and every single one of them pop, and they're normal. You don't have fucking palm trees and fucking geckos running around and fucking alligators and shit. Fuck out of here, Florida. And you know what? California is not in fucking America. It's like you have palm trees and weird, like the big trees from the redwood forest. Yeah, that's literally like another planet, okay? You can't, that's like saying you're gonna fucking celebrate Thanksgiving and Halloween and Christmas in Hawaii, okay? Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's like saying you're gonna celebrate, oh, it's so, Hawaii's so spooky. So just get the fuck out of here, dude. Midwest is what we fucking, is where you fucking have Halloween, okay? I'm sick of fucking all of these coping Californians being like, I love Halloween. I love Halloween. Yeah, except you fucking live in a place with palm trees. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You wouldn't fucking know a fucking spooky time if it hit you right in the face, okay? Spooky's not subjective, it's objective. I'm not having this. It's too early to have this fucking argument. I'm not having this fucking
What man's are we
argument.
seeing?
Fucking too early.
With Peter.
Let's go.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go with resident dumbasses. Universal during October is 10 times better. Universal has fucking palm trees. You fucking dumbass. It's literally a swamp. Swampy Florida with its fucking palm trees. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay? That's like people who are like, I love the Hogwarts place in Universal Studios. Except it's literally in Florida. Even if you're a fucking Harry Potter fan, how are you gonna fucking go to Hogwarts in fucking Florida, huh? It's such a fucking fraud. It's such a fraud. I should fucking sue them, honestly. You'll never experience the seasons. And Florida is just a disturbing place. It's not even because it's not spooky, it's just disturbing, okay? We didn't even start the fucking show yet, okay? This is still the intro. I'm finishing up my food. We're just watching this now. We're chilling. I've experienced Florida winters plenty, dude. I've had family in Florida. I've experienced Florida fucking winters plenty. And they're nothing to brag about. Okay, they're really depressing. California has all the seasons. Yeah, if you think summer's the only fucking season, then you're right. But it's not. You know, you guys are so cute. You guys are so cute. You live in California and Florida. Your childhood fucking sucked. You have never, ever had a spooky childhood. You have never had a magical Christmas in your fucking life. You know nothing. You literally don't know anything. Fucking Florida fucking frauds and liars who are literally saying that Santa Claus comes on a helicopter because there's no snow. You literally have a fucking helicopter Santa Claus. Your Santa Claus is literally a government black helicopter. It's literally so fucking just it's like so trashy. It's so trashy. Your fucking trashy Santa Claus in his fucking dumpster helicopter, and he throws fucking dirty, stinky, overheated trash bags. And fucking Californians who are like, hey, I live in LA and I live in Hollywood and we have Christmas. And we put up Christmas trees. You don't even fucking have natural pine trees, you fucking frauds. You don't even have pine trees. Your fucking Christmas trees are synthetic, plastic. Even if they're real, it's still just a terrible feeling because there's no Christmas spirit in fucking California. Your fucking weather is dry. You have a mountainous, palm tree, stupid fucking environment, and you're acting like you have Christmas. You don't even know what snow looks like. Shut the fuck up, you LA idiot. So sick of these fucking people in America who act like they know the fucking seasons. You don't fucking have holidays. Okay? The only fucking holiday you'll ever have in fucking California is National Ass Injections Day. That's what you get. It's not even a federal holiday. And it's not even a federal holiday. LA fucking sucks. Such a shithole. Fuck everyone in LA. Would you recommend Michigan as a place to live? Yes. Yes, I would. Actually, no. Don't come to my state. Just stay in your state. We don't want y'all here. Let me try to look up California Halloween. Just in case I'm wrong, alright? Let me look it up. Let me see. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. So let's see. California Halloween. What a cope. What a literal cope. Ew, what the fuck is this? What the literal fuck is this? You literally have palm trees in the background. This looks so weird. What a cope. You have to manipulate the lighting to make it look like spooky and atmospheric. Michigan's lighting is naturally like this. Our lighting and our fucking like the look of Michigan is just naturally looking like this. We have this like spooky atmosphere just naturally. This is such a cope. The fuck? And you guys have to import pumpkins. You don't even have like real pumpkin patches, and you don't actually have real hay and like real farms that you use. You're literally a fake. You're a fraud and fake fucking place. Fucking Halloween in LA. Shut the fuck up, you California frauds. Look, they have to fucking Photoshop. They literally have to Photoshop it to make it look like this. Whoa, look at LA during Halloween, guys. This is what it looks like. This is really what it looks like, guys. Fucking cope. Keep coping. Keep fucking coping. Literally, keep fucking coping. Yeah, that's what Halloween looks like in LA, guys. Totally. Totally. Alright, let's check our Reddit. See what's going on. in our Reddit. Don't care what they do or say, even if the sky is gray. Get away, get away, we're the future of mankind. We're the happy generation. This anti-China post received 7 Reddit rewards. Paul Cockshot retweeted one of my tweets. Why? Let me see. Paul. What did he retweet? I didn't see that. Oh, the... I don't think that was from me, though. That wasn't from me. The Puyi thing? Oh, he did. Oh, the Taiwan thing. Yeah, I saw it. I just saw it now. Cool. This is kind of factual. I'm just kidding. I literally was looking at the wrong. I was looking at the wrong thing, dude. I'm sorry. I had another fucking tab up. Like I have another Google tab up. I was literally looking at Paul Cockshot's retweet of my tweet, and I forgot that this was up. Sorry. Could you imagine if I just went and did a 180 and just started saying this dumb shit? Every single one of these are wrong. Taiwan is a country. Then why doesn't Taiwan itself acknowledge that? It's called the Republic of China. And if Taiwan wants to secede from China, good luck and see what'll happen. Uyghurs are in internment camps. Not true. Free Hong Kong. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Free Tibet. They're both already free. This is a hilarious tweet. Hold on. Authoritarianism is evil. Not true. Tiananmen Square happened. Okay. There's no free press in China. There's no free press anywhere, dumbass. Let me show you this. Hong Kong. Let me find the tweet. Don't care what they do or say, we must hang on to a brighter day, even when the sky looks gray. Give away, get 'em up the meme. This is the thing. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the actual fucking original one. Huh? G-Bets. Look at this fucking article. Look at this. Hong Kong's protesters demand democracy. Beijing is giving them housing. Lol. Lol. Yeah, dude, here's what'll happen is that 99% of Hong Kongers will be okay. And then the 1% who just want to protest and whatever, who are already privileged, they're going to be marginalized. Haha, bitch. Oh my god. China's oppressing Hong Kong by giving them homes. Such oppression. They're building homes for the people of Hong Kong. Such oppression. Oh my god, this is literally 1945. This is literally 1945. 1984. 1948 all over again. Get 'em up and free your mind. We're the future of mankind. We're the happy generation. Oh my god, guys. This is the worst thing since 1987. Literally 1984. Literally 1984. You want to be a communist because you're too low IQ to be a financial success in communism? I literally just got a fucking aneurysm reading that comment. I'm a communist because I'm too low IQ to be a financial success in communism. But then why would I want to be a communism if... Why would I want communism if I'm too low IQ to thrive in communism, you fucking dumbass? I literally just got a fucking stroke reading that. I literally got a stroke reading that fucking comment. Are you even aware of what you're typing? Like, do you even know what you're typing? Do you have any self-awareness whatsoever about the things you type? You literally don't make any sense. You literally just said, do you want to be to be a success in capitalism? So you misspoke, you fucking idiot. Well, no, because I can easily be a financial success in capitalism. I can be a financial success easily, dude. I'm in fucking law school. You know, like, I am good at business, and I'm good at making money. Just have to spend a lot of time. I didn't drop out. I'm still in law school. I just took a year leave. I'm from a very privileged background, dude. If I wanted to make money as my life goal, I have a really good head start already, you know? Compared to the average person, I have a really good head start. I come from a privileged background, dude. Get 'em up and thank you, Silent Pain. Appreciate you.
Infra 8 SUNGORILLA.
Appreciate you. Get 'em up and feel your mind. We're the future of mankind. China is oppressing Jank Uyghur. China's oppressing Jank. He's being oppressed. When you debating a two? What am I debating a two about? What am I fucking debating a two about? The fuck? When is Destiny still banned? When is Sultan debating Dylan Burns? When is Sultan debating fucking Dylan Burns? Why do you keep running away from Dylan Burns? Debate Dylan Burns. Get 'em up and feel your mind. We're the future of mankind. And we're the happy generation. No electricity? Who's Charmander? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. Chill. Oh, fuck. Hold on. My bad. I timed you out instead of deleting. Because I don't know what that meant. Ah. Who's better? I don't know why one has to be better. What the fuck? So tomorrow, guys, I'm not going to be streaming, by the way. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. Why not both? G bets Hong Kong wants more homes, more than votes. I think one's in the chat if you think they're right, two's if they're wrong. Is there anything on our fucking Reddit that's worth anything?
America is in real trouble.
When was this? A debate with Bill Kristol? Let's see. What is this?
For the last few years, my opponent has been at the forefront of those warning against the death of modern liberalism and that far-right populist Trumpism is taking this country in a very dangerous direction.
I don't
Towards
know.
authoritarianism, even
Trump.
dictatorship. But Mr.
Authoritarianism.
Kristol, you and David Brooks promised us national greatness. You said America needed to be called to their, quote, grand destiny, quote, nationalism. We needed, quote, national strength and moral assertiveness abroad, advancing the cause of freedom around the world. We needed a big project we could all do together. As Brooks' friend Christopher Beam wrote, invading Iraq, quote, suited his quest and yours for this greatness.
Mentioned the banned streamer? Who? What are you talking about? Who? Bill Kristol? He's not a streamer? Posted video on InfoWars covering the Hegelian dialectic. I've been thinking about electricity. And I think David Lynch believes that electricity opened a portal to demons. What do you guys think? Electricity opened the door to demons. Think about it. What the fuck is electricity? What even is it? Isn't electricity just the transfer of energy? No, wait. Electricity. It's the transfer of electrons based on the excitement of energy, right? Presence of motion of matter that has a property of electric charge. What's an electric charge? It's the movement of the electron. But how does it provoke the chain? Sorry. I'm looking it up. Give me a sec. The presence of an electric charge produces an electric fields. Yeah, I saw the article about atoms by Dugan. What the fuck is an electric charge? What is an electric charge? What even is that? It's a property of matter that causes it to experience a force when placed in an electromagnetic field. What is an electric charge? No, you guys aren't answering my question, okay? What the fuck is it again? A force. No, I don't buy the fundamental forces thing. I want to simplify it even more. I'm going to simplify it even more than that, okay? No, I know what mass is, okay? I already know what mass is. Shut up, cucks. Science cucks are like, it's a fundamental thing, so you can't really think about what it actually is. Okay, hold on. I got a good answer. It's when electrons are in a higher energy state, which allows them to jump to another atom. Okay, so it's when the electron, but an electron is just defined by the subatomic particle that has a negative charge. So what does it mean for an electron charge to be positive or negative? What does that even mean? All an electron is a subatomic particle with a negative charge, right? So what does it mean? What does that even mean? What does it mean for a charge to be positive or negative? So hold on. When an electron is in a higher energy state, when the negative charge is in a higher energy state. Oh! That, my friends, makes sense to me. That makes sense to me, okay? Now it makes sense. Electricity is when the negative charge has more energy. And that allows it to transfer to another atom, producing a relation between atoms. Okay, that makes sense to me. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense to me. That kind of makes sense to me. Okay? I asked the chat and they're like, you can't break it down. It's a fundamental. Shut up, man. Shut the fuck up.
In his 1996 article, Toward a Neo-Reaganite Foreign Policy, arguing for benevolent global hegemony, my opponent wrote that John Quincy Adams was wrong that the U.S. should not go abroad seeking monsters to destroy. Why not? He asked. For the exact reason.
You know, electricity is really satanic, if you really think about it. Think about what a light bulb is. A light bulb is the most stupid fucking thing of all time. A light bulb is fucking stupid. We are fucking so stupid. We literally discover an incredible part of matter and laws of nature and shit. And what do we do with it? It's shiny. It makes the light. We're gonna make a light bulb. It's shiny. It's nice and shiny. We literally discovered something so important. And what did we do with it? We literally put it in a glass fucking container and just used it to fucking light up. It looks pretty. And they didn't even know you're opening a portal to demons. This is how stupid fucking humans are. But it's sunny on the side, and that means that it's harmless. You fucking just fucking open the gates to hell. That's why everything's so fucked up. Watch Twin Peaks season 3. Electricity literally is satanic. No, it's not good. It's satanic. But we already unleashed it. Electricity has opened the door to demons. Okay? We don't know what we're fucking with, guys. And when they split the atom and they did the nuclear stuff, you don't know what you just did. Okay? You didn't just make some science stuff. You opened the door to demonic realms. Okay? Nuclear power, electricity, all of this fucking shit, you have just opened the door to a demonic realm. Okay? You don't know what you're doing. CERN, they're messing with these subatomic particles. Y'all just open the door to demons. Without light, you wouldn't be able to see big booty bitches at night. I don't want to see them at night. You're assuming I want to see them at night. I don't. Okay? Then second of all, electricity is literally bringing out the devil. It's bringing out the shaitan. Think about it. The world was a much better place when we used candles. The world was a much, much better place when we used candles. It's innocent. It's wax and it's candles. Candle wax and candles. Simple. Is fire not satanic too? Fire is kind of satanic, but we can tame it. We can, that's why you're supposed to look at the fire and think your thoughts. And it's supposed to make you reflect. Fire is dangerous. Don't get me wrong, it's dangerous. Spiritually dangerous, but we can tolerate it, right? We can deal with it. But electricity is satanic. Photons and electrons. An electron doesn't even exist, okay? There's no such thing as an electron. Show me a fucking electron. There's no fucking such thing. The fucking Anglos are lying. They're lying. An electron is just a feature of the atom as a whole. It's an aspect of the atom. Isn't an electron just how much times the fucking atom spins? Atomic orbitals. Of an electron and an atom. Isn't it just the way the fucking atom is moving and spinning and changing? No, electrons are not real. Yeah, I don't buy that shit at all. Electron Google images. There's no such thing as a fucking electron. An electron is just a part of a fucking atom. It's not like it's not like something. It's not like some little ball that you can fucking... this is a lie. This is this is Anglo lies. Let me show you what a lie looks like, okay? Because I'm gonna just tell you, this is a fucking lie. This is a fucking lie, okay? We are discovering a mystical part of nature and we're trying to Anglo box it with lies, okay? This is a fucking lie. This is a fucking lie. These little beads don't exist. This fucking thing doesn't exist. Little dingleberry on the ass hair of the atom doesn't exist. This is all fucking wrong. No, the electrons and protons are not real. They have their own mass. You're literally just interacting with a part of an atom and you're subtracting mass from an atom, calling it its own thing, dumbass. Conductor type materials have one valence electron, which allows power to flow through copper. So? And you believe in science? Show me an electron. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. Show me one. Show me one. Show me one. Dumbass. Okay. Let me look this up. Electron in isolation. Can you isolate an electron? There's no such thing as an isolated electron. You can't isolate one. It's not stable. You can tell when an atom is missing something, and we call that an electron. Exactly. Single electrons are detected all the time. Nope. Those are not. You're not detecting electrons. Dumbass. Fucking science copers. Oh my god. When the fucking atom is emitting electrons, they immediately disappear. Because it's like farting. You're gonna say the fart is something you can. That's like saying you can capture fart. No, you can't. It literally just disappears. Because it's literally the atom doing something and the thing leaving the atom. Okay? It's not like you can fucking show me someone who could just put a fucking electron in a fucking container and just keep it there. Isolate an electron. You can isolate an atom. Why can't you isolate an electron? The only thing that can explain science is dialectics. The only thing that can explain science is dialectics. Gold foil experiment. What is that? A Rutherford model. A Rutherford model. What the fuck is this? Let's see. Oh my god! I found isolated electrons. What? What is this supposed to be? This is the fucking light bulb with shit inside. This is the fucking Thomas Edison fucking dildo. Okay, what is this? This is literally nothing. I don't see anything. The Rutherford model, also called Rutherford atomic model, nuclear atom and planetary model of the atom, description of the structure of atoms. The model describes the atom as Yeah, this is fucking wrong, and this has been disproven. Dumbass. The Rutherford model is wrong. They're trying to make it seem like atoms are like the sun and the particles rotate around them. It's just a stupid cope view. Trying to make it seem like subatomic particles are like planets rotating the sun. Rutherford gold foil experiment. Put a gold foil and he made it in a circle, ring around the rosy, and he thought this proved something, and it didn't. What's the correct model then? Dialectics. This says nothing. Most alpha particles pass through the gold foil, which implied that atoms are mostly composed of open space. Some alpha particles were deflected slightly. What? The gold foil, which implied that atoms are most composed of open space. That doesn't suggesting interactions with other positively charged particles with the atom. And he thought that proved it? Yeah, it's not true. This was all wrong. Rutherford model disproven. It got disproven. The Rutherford model. Rutherford model. Rutherford model.
The plum pudding model of an atom was one of the most widely accepted models all over the world for understanding the structure of the atom. However, several experiments performed by scientists to study the atomic structure showed astonishingly different results. They were contradicting the plum pudding model. This led many scientists all over the globe to reconsider the structure of an atom and study it again. Around the year 1911, a British physicist, Ernst Rutherford, carried out the famous gold foil experiment. He did this to understand the structure of an atom.
All he did was disprove the fucking other model, but his own model's wrong too.
The experiment was carried out by Rutherford along with Hans Geiger and Ernest Marsden. The experiment he performed was a breakthrough in the field of chemistry, which...
Okay, I'll draw an atom. Hold on, really quickly, I'm going to draw an atom. I'm going to draw an atom myself. I'll draw an atom. Give me a sec. MS Paint. Let me draw what the atom actually looks like, okay? This is what it actually looks like. So, this is what it looks like more or less. Like this. This is what an atom is. That's what it looks like. Okay? That's what it looks like. This is the atom. This is the atom. It's just motion. It's motion. Sometimes the motion goes out of crazy and does other things. And everything in the universe interacts with everything else. And the atom is just a way in which something gets caught up in itself and just interacts with itself. So this is how atoms come to be, okay? Everything in the universe is chaos. It's just all chaos. And then an atom is when it just starts doing this. And it just stays in one place. And then other things can take it out and keep it moving. And then other things can make it go back into its place and it just stays. And then other things do that and then it's like that. Everything's always moving all the time. There you go. That's the truth. Not even kidding, that's the truth. Not even kidding, that's the truth. Not even kidding, that's the truth. I'm not even kidding, that's how it works. Literally, whatever they taught you in school is wrong. This is literally so fucking simple. It's literally so simple. Let me explain it to you again. I'm going to explain what atoms are. This is a fucking atom. Everything in the universe is always interacting with each other and always moving. An atom is just when something is stuck on itself and just moving in a circle by itself in both directions, and then other things can bring out the same thing and make it interact with other things and make them break apart. And when you split the atom, because there's so much fucking force in any one thing, boom, there's a nuclear explosion. You understand? It's so simple. It's literally so simple. Holy shit. It's so fucking simple. I hate how stupid society is. I hate how fucking stupid society is. All of these fucking people think they're smart. Watch them debate me and I'll fucking just... They'll sound so stupid if they fucking debated me. I know way more about physics than all these people. This guy literally fucking should just go bald. And this guy fucking... he's got an ugly fucking face. And this guy's fucking stupid fucking turtleneck.
Of an atom in a more accurate manner. This is how the setup of his experiment looked like. As we can see here, he used a source of alpha particles locked in a lead container.
What about the double slit experiment? What about the fucking double nut experiment?
With a very small slit. This ensured that the alpha particles only came out through a small opening and travelled in a straight line. But why did he select alpha particles in the first place? Well, the alpha particles were having high energy and were heavier as well. So if we say the atom is like a pudding of positively charged particles with electrons embedded in it, then the particles will pass straight through it. This is obvious because the heavier particles will pierce through the lighter pudding structure of the atom and pass through it. This is what Rutherford thought. For this reason, their greater mass and energy compared to the protons made him choose alpha particles for the experiment. Next, he used a very thin gold foil on which the alpha particles would bombard. Why did he choose a gold foil? Well, a really thin gold foil
Thank you, Deb.
was estimated to contain approximately 1000 atoms. Lesser the atoms, more convenient the experiment would be. Lastly, are we able to locate this circular band with a gap here? What could this be? Well, this is the screen. A fluorescent screen that would help us detect the radiation. That means the screen will glow or emit fluorescent light whenever alpha particles will hit it. So this is how the track of alpha particles can be traced. Now we're all set to understand how the experiment worked.
So this is the source of alpha particles, the container of lead, and a small slit.
The alpha particles were emitted from the element present in this box. These directly hit the gold foil. Now what should happen ideally? As we know, the Thomson's model suggested that an atom is a sphere of positive charge with negative electrons embedded inside it. That means it is expected that the alpha particles will pass right through the atoms and hit the detector straight. And why so? Because the mass of alpha particles is heavier than the mass of positive charges. That means they should directly hit the atom and...
Okay, I need to know what a fucking alpha particle is, because I'm just... I'm lost. What the fuck is an alpha particle? It's an alpha ray consisting of 2 protons and 2 neutrons bound together in a particle identical to a helium-4 nucleus. They're produced by alpha decay. Okay, I got it. I wish you would have explained that. It's a helium nucleus. Okay.
move ahead through it. Only a very small deviation would probably be acceptable in this case. But is this what he observed? Not really.
Physics is boring? No, it's not. I'm disproving Anglo-Saxon. All of this is about demons. It's all about demons. Okay, wake the fuck up. Electricity has created demons and opened a fuck. Electricity has opened a portal to demons. And all of this proves it. Just watch.
He was astonished to get unexpected results. What results did he get? He found that most of the fast-moving alpha particles passed straight through the foil and hit the detector. However, some particles got deflected by small angles. And lastly, to his astonishment, few alpha particles also rebounded. Now, how
Why?
can this be possible? These three observations made Rutherford think that the plum pudding model is not really correct. Based on the conclusions he had, he put forward the new hypothesis explaining the structure of atoms. What were his conclusions? Let us have a look at the conclusions by Rutherford, followed by the new atomic model put forth by him in the next video.
This one. Is a cliffhanger.
Rutherford's gold foil experiment gave him interesting results. What results did he get, by the way? Let me recall them for you. He found that most of the fast-moving alpha particles passed straight through the foil and hit the detector. However,
We know! Every time a fucking TV show does this, they recap what happened just before, and I just fucking watched that. Holy fuck!
understand the inferences first. Let us imagine that we have a ball made up of cotton. The
Okay?
cotton in the ball is very sparsely distributed and has an extremely tiny circle or sphere located at the center. This sphere is quite hard and dense. So hard that it can even resist a bullet shot against it. Now what will happen?
Yeah, he disproved the model, but I'm here to disprove his fucking model too, because he's also wrong. His fucking model's wrong too.
If you shoot many
The
bullets
fucking Rutherford model is wrong. Can't believe people still believe in it.
across this cotton ball, most of them will travel straight through the cotton surface. What will happen if a bullet hits the edge of the central heavy mass? In this case, the bullet will slightly change their path and get deviated.
Yeah, all he's proving is that the center of mass is the center of mass is in the center. Most of the mass is in the center.
Looking at the size of the central mass, it's obvious that only some of the bullets will get deviated.
Yeah.
Lastly, what happens when a bullet hits the center directly? Needless to
just
say, it
rebound.
will bounce back.
Yeah.
Because we know that the central dense
Okay.
mass is too hard for the
So it proves that in the center, supposedly, in the center is where the most of the mass is. That's the heaviest part of the mass.
bullet to
Oh, it's not uniformly distributed. Yeah, obviously, but that doesn't mean you have a bunch of fucking particles rotating like planets. That's fucking stupid, okay? Whoever, if any of you buy that fucking Rutherford model, you're a fucking idiot. You literally think you just have a bunch of balls rotating around it like the sun? That's so fucking stupid. The atom is like energy, yeah.
pass through. So very few bullets will bounce back.
Oh, it's already disproven? That's what I was saying.
This is analogous to what Rutherford had inferred about the atomic structure. His first conclusion was that
What's the electron cloud model? I've never heard of that. Electron cloud model? When were you expecting to talk about Edison's contribution to Ars Goetia? Huh? Ars Goetia? What the fuck? Hold on, we didn't even start our rabbit hole yet. We're going down a rabbit hole I didn't expect. We're going down this rabbit hole, okay?
most of the space inside an atom is empty. This is because most of the alpha particles could easily pass through the atoms and hit the
We're going to learn about the Schrodinger model after we master this one. I'm teaching you physics quick. We're not dealing with your school bullshit. We have to know where the demons are coming from and how to stop them, okay? No, it's not about physics, it's about demons. We have to know where the demons come from and how to stop them, okay?
detector straight. Now, if most of the space is empty inside an atom, then where is the positive charge located? Well, that's the second conclusion. The
Well, how do you know it's empty?
positive charge is compactly packed in a tiny entity.
The positive charge is here.
This occupies an extremely small space inside the atom. Now, why did he think so? Let's go back to our cotton ball and bullet example. Can you recall the second and the third?
Did you notice that Western science is literally about fucking electron cloud model still posits that electrons orbit the center of the atom? Then it's wrong. Okay, did you guys know that fucking you ever notice this trend in Western science where they just believe in a nucleus and then things orbiting around the nucleus? Like the fucking the cell, right? Cells, fucking atoms, solar systems. It's all the same pattern.
Third case? Yes, the bullets get deviated on hitting the tiny sphere of the edge and they will rebound when they hit the center. Same explanation holds true for this. A few alpha particles get deviated. That means
The electricity in David Lynch is about how neurons pass information to each other in the brain. A thought is just a transfer of electrons. No, it's about demons, okay?
there is a possibility that these
It's actually about demons.
hit the edge of the positive.
No one in contemporary science believes that little balls revolve around the nucleus. Well, that's what they tell the masses, and the dumb masses believe it. When the scientists are literally doing black magic.
Positive center. Yes, and one more possibility is that they get deviated because the positive center
Thank you, Jan R. Debunk this Anglo showing an experiment. What? First of all, disliking.
So Rutherford active
To the cloud, a million nucleus, oxynuclei.
You fucking liar. You literally just threw fucking cocaine on the floor and just said that was a particle. You fucking idiot. Fucking dumbass. What does this have to do with anything?
Of uranium into krypton is released.
I still didn't
And
see
those
shit.
Neutrons, which will in turn trigger those to split, release.
I still don't see shit. Fucking liar. Fraud. Didn't see shit. Fucking liar.
center repels the alpha particles as they're also positively charged. Also, a very small number of alpha particles rebounded. That means there is a possibility
You know atoms aren't real either, right? You know even atoms aren't real?
that these alpha particles had directly hit the positive center. But since the number of these rebounding particles is too small, it explains that the volume occupied by the positive center is
Atoms are not real. They're not real. They're not real. Atoms are not real.
also very small. If the space occupied would have been big enough, then the number of alpha particles bouncing back would also be greater. So let's say there are gold particles in the foil. He found
I believe in atoms. Shut up. Are quarks real? There's no such thing as quark. Particles are not real. Particles are not real.
found that most of the rays pass straight through the atoms. A few rays change their path and get deflected. Lastly, very few particles bounce back.
Show me one.
These results
Show me a fucking atom. Show me a fucking atom. Show me one.
compelled Rutherford to come up with a new nuclear model. Let's have a look at the hypothesis put forward by him. Firstly, there's a positively charged center in an atom called nucleus. Nearly all the mass of an atom resides in the nucleus.
An electron microscope. Photograph of electron. That's not a fucking electron, dumbass. This is supposedly an atom. Guys, this is what they're telling us a fucking atom is. Ready? This is supposedly an atom. Y'all ready for it? Y'all ready? And you're saying that this is a fucking atom? This is literally fucking nothing. This is a satanic equilibrium, not an atom. This is a spell. This is a fucking spell. This is just like a pentagram, but in real life. Fucking dumb demon believing fucking science dumbasses.
Nucleus. Secondly, the electrons revolve around the nucleus in circular paths.
Why?
Thirdly, the size of the nucleus is very small compared to the size of an atom.
Objectively rising.
Thank you, Jessa. Appreciate you a ton.
However, theoretically, there were many flaws in the hypothesis. Let's have a look at the drawbacks in Rutherford's hypothesis in the next video. Also, we will have a look at the explanation of atomic structure.
Okay, we're gonna get right to the demons, because we just disproved this fucking fraud. Let's get right to the demons. What is his name? Edison? You still fucking believe in Edison, right? You still believe in Thomas Edison and think he was a good man? Is that what you think?
Thomas Edison invented
What the fuck?
out a way to record sound and brought that technology to coming up with stuff. I'll bet we're so sweet up in her. Well, he didn't want the technology. He's able to read the grooves and recreate them. And it's not like dolls have backed off the
How demons can gain access to your homes. Conjuring demons?
Right in the middle of the battle and give them the strength that they need to face it. It comes from the Latin word fortis, from the word we get the word fortified, fortification. It means to be put right in the middle of the battle and equipped and fashioned and formed with the strength you need to overcome and to win. I encourage you to be mindful that the devil of your tongue. Be mindful what you say. Another way we invite him is when we bring accursed objects into our home. If we want God's
look at ways.
This is boring. I'm sorry. We have to find the good stuff. What? Abandoned satanic ritual millionaire's mansion? What the fuck is
what was
this?
The power is still on. What?
Pentagram.
What the heck? It looks freaky. Look at that lamp too. Like there's so much cobwebs on it.
I'm like, that is wallpaper.
Well, I feel like the family never spent too much time living in this mansion. From out here, we can see that the lights are turned on, so there's power.
Wine cellar's still here.
Wine cellar.
You got a grand staircase over there and the inside, so it's dope.
Edison used his electricity to torture animals?
So I'm really excited for this. Hopefully we can just find a bunch of stuff that can lead us or tell us what could have happened at this abandoned mansion. So yeah, without further ado though, let's get inside and smash the thumbs up button. Now, at the time, I didn't know anything about the mansion. With further investigation, I discovered this mansion had a tragic history revolving around the family. A local in the area told me this mansion was built around the 1990s by a very wealthy businessman, setting out to live his dreams in a beautiful home with his family. Unfortunately, the family never got the opportunity to live in it. A year before scheduled completion, his wife and 4 kids passed away in a car accident. The husband, traumatized and heartbroken, put a halt to the development in 1995. It's been abandoned for more than a decade, and the county doesn't know what to do with it, leaving it to decay and rumors for a home of satanic worshippers. Anyway, shout out to our newest Patreon members of the week, Terry D, Brandon Hartley, and Letitia Keat. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. The place, but
Oh my god, it was okay. I don't know what that means, but we're exiting out of this. I don't know what that means. It's not the N-word, but it's still scary. Okay, wait.
Clown.
Okay, these are demons.
Sightings, the trend that's terrifying people across North America, with sightings in more than half of the United States, as well
Thank you, Oceania.
Are you the type of guy to shout
Canada
back at the
and
haunted house
Mexico.
people?
It's being called the
Yes, I was.
scary clown epidemic. Well, evil clown sightings are nothing new. It has recently blown up in popularity. Back in 2014, this was the Wasco clown, and this photo made national news. But this video is about the recent clown sighting videos, which are being shared mainly through Twitter. Here are the 15 scariest clown sighting videos. Regardless of whether they're real or fake, the possibility of encountering one of these clowns is more likely as the trend continues to grow. Number 15, Bridgeport, West Virginia. Before this video starts, this man is doing some nighttime fishing. He starts recording after he hears something approaching him. He shines his flashlight on a figure as he begins to hyperventilate.
He shines his flashlight on a figure until he begins to hyperventilate. He found the clown on the side of the road, and I really find it scary. And then he hyperventilates on the... Why the fuck does he sound like that?
Oh my god, I just want to fish, dude.
Later, while attempting to leave, the clown is still following this man. He keeps recording as the clown continues to approach his vehicle.
He keeps recording as the clown continues to approach his vehicle.
Number 14, Clifton, New Jersey. This video begins with a man saying he noticed something outside of a Dunkin' Donuts. On a billboard up ahead, a clown is seen there waving. The cameraman questions how a person would even get up there.
What are Arabic ghost hunters? We're doing that after.
Billboard is right beside a highway, so a lot of passerbys were probably wondering the same thing.
And then I look up, then I see this fucking clown right there, which...
No, hold on. Yo, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that, dude? That's not scary. It's just bizarre. I'd say you drive by.
Freak me out, bro. No, but like, how do you even get up there? What the hell?
Number 13, Quebec, Canada. This video is taken on a dirt road at night, and it's presumed these guys started recording once they saw the clown approach their vehicle. They drive slightly forward and begin yelling at the clown.
Vas-y, avance-toi un peu pour voir. Ouais, bah, pas trop non plus. Ouais, attends, il a rien. Ouais, tu fais quoi là? Oh, gamin, rentre chez toi! Allez là!
The clown walks off the road and grabs something he has hidden in the field. The man keeps recording as this clown returns back to the road holding a chainsaw. The men begin.
Dude, I fucking wish this was still going on. Do you know how fucking much I want to fucking see a clown just randomly, but when I'm by myself driving? I would get out of the car and fucking join the clown. I'd be like, you have another costume? Okay, during the clown sightings, how many of you were the clowns? Just admit it, fess up. During the clown sightings of 2016, how many of you were the ones dressing up? I know at least one person here was. Come on. Really? You were doing it? Why? You were actually doing it, huh? Damn. Fascinating.
Into panic as they attempt to drive away.
Putain, il est malade. Recule, laisse par-toi, gros. Par-toi, il arrive. Oh putain, c'est quoi ça? Wow.
Number 12, San Luis Obispo, California. This was posted to Facebook by Evan Thompson, who is driving while his friend records. Thompson noticed something on the side of the road and turned around while his friend started recording. In the background, a bulb horn can be heard.
Hey Daniel, get your phone out, dog. Ready? Are you ready? Hey, I don't know what I just saw, but... What the f*** is this, dog? What is this?
Standing under a streetlight, the guys slowly drive past the clown as it stares back at them. Thompson and his friend are in shock at what they're seeing, and the clown begins to chase the vehicle before the video abruptly ends.
The fuck?
Dude, is that a clown? What the
Number 11, Los Angeles, California. This video begins with the cameraman recording his friend light a cigarette, for whatever reason that may be, but soon notice a clown standing under a street light.
Got it?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, what the fuck?
What the fuck is that?
Nah.
Bro, stop playing. Okay, I think we should dip, dog.
His friends contemplate if they should leave, but quickly decide they should after the clown begins to run at the vehicle.
It's not staged, it's real.
Nah, you think that was fucking around?
Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck! Hey, that was coming. Fool!
Fuck up, dog! Hurry the fuck up, fool!
No! Hurry the fuck up, dog!
Oh, shit!
He's not even driving.
Oh, shit!
They barely get away as a clear look of the clown can be seen as it runs right beside the vehicle. Number 10, Newport Richey, Florida. At Sims Park, some friends are playing Pokemon Go, but start recording after they notice someone walking around the park.
So we're playing Pokemon at Sims Park, and there's this fucking dude over here.
He's moving.
Oh shit, he's moving.
Hurry up.
He's like,
zoom in on that.
Where?
He's like,
That's the farthest zoom in.
yeah.
This is the most
The
low
person walks
effort.
closer to them, clearly seeing that they're recording him.
This one's the most low effort. The guy's just wearing a mask. He's not even. He's not. He went to the fucking Halloween store and just bought a fucking mask. He didn't even buy a costume.
The cameraman and his friend can't decide if this person is wearing a clown mask or a goat's head mask. Either one is still terrifying. They continue to record as this person stares at them while walking slowly closer.
He's moving, he's walking. Is he wearing a fucking clown mask? Dude, what the fuck?
It was like a goat's head.
This motherfucker's wearing shorts.
What's going on? If he comes any closer, I'm fucking getting out of here. We're getting out of here.
Number 9, Lakewood, California.
Why is that one scarier than the one before?
This video
These are
begins
ranked
with
the
a
wrong
woman
way.
filming her dog while on a nighttime walk. The dog approaches something on the grass. While the woman asks her dog, "What are you doing?" The dog darts away and a clown starts approaching the woman. She begins to run away before the video abruptly ends.
Come on, Wesley. Come on, Wesley. Wesley, where are you going? You're getting. Oh my god! Oh my god!
What the fuck?
Number 8, Des Moines, Iowa. This video begins with two guys saying that they drove to this cornfield because they heard that a clown was there. They slowly drive down the road, staring at the cornfield, hoping they'll see something. The passenger eventually asks the driver to stop because he thinks he can see something.
Stop. What? I think I see something. No way. What did you see? Did you see a clown? Yeah. No fucking way.
While the passenger is starting to enter the cornfield, the driver spots a clown in his side mirror. He urges his friend to get in the vehicle as the clown chases after the car. The men luckily got away quick enough.
Trevor! Oh my god!
What the fuck?
Get in here! What the fuck? Go, fuck! Oh my god! Go, fuck! Holy fuck! Oh my god!
I love how the clowns chase them.
Oh shit, he just went back!
Number 7, San Antonio, Texas. This video begins with the cameraman filming a dimly lit road, presumably because they saw something ahead. Hidden in the darkness, a clown is darting towards the vehicle. The men notice when the clown is only a few feet in front of them. They panic as the driver speeds away in reverse.
Oh, whoa, what the fuck,
shit.
bro?
Hey, bitch, what the fuck?
Oh!
Damn!
Number 6, Dallas, Texas. The video begins with a group of friends filming a clown they noticed in a park, expressing how weird it is for someone to be doing this.
What the heck is that?
The
That
fuck?
is so creepy.
This is gross.
Wait, what the fuck is that?
The clown soon notices the group and begins to chase after them while squeezing a bulb horn. There was quite a bit of distance between the group and the clown, so they managed to run away. It also looks like the clown's mask came off while he was running.
Oh god. Oh my god.
Oh
my god. Oh my god, it's falling on.
Number 5, Omaha, Nebraska. This video begins with some guys driving down a dirt road who start recording when they see a clown casually walking ahead.
Dude, what the? Dude, what? What? Is that a clown? No way. Is that honk?
Dude, honk at him.
No way.
Dude, get out of here.
Back up.
The guys begin to panic, which turns into confusion on what they should do. The clown walks into the field as they begin to drive in reverse. The men eventually decide to keep driving forward, and the clown lunges at the vehicle as they drive by.
Oh, go back fast. Don't.
Step on it. Step on it. Go, dude.
No, I got it. It's fine.
Go.
I got it.
Oh my god. What the?
Number 4, Palm Springs, California. This video was posted to Twitter by Julian Cortez, who began searching for the clown who was in his apartment complex. His little brother told him about the clown, and Julian doesn't believe him.
So I'm out here in Palm Springs, California, and my brother said he just saw a clown somewhere in my apartment, but I really don't believe him.
Yeah, I saw him somewhere around here, but I'm not sure.
I'm out here looking inside the...
They head towards the exit of the parking lot, and standing under a street light is the clown. It begins to walk towards the car, as Julian's little brother screams at him to drive away.
Hey, right here.
The fuck
Yeah,
you-
right there, look!
What?
Look!
What the fuck?
He's right there! Go!
What the fuck?
Right!
These are all
Number
future
3, Reno, Nevada.
These are all the fucking future Zerka viewers who are doing this. 2016.
It begins with the camera woman saying they spotted a clown in the bushes.
Okay, so we think we just saw a clown go into the bushes. We're not exactly sure, so we're gonna go investigate. Delaney, I know you're scared, but back off.
Soon a clown can be seen in the bushes and attempts to walk away. The camera woman asks the clown, "What are you doing?" Which was a mistake since the clown stops and begins chasing them.
It begins chasing them.
Like most other clown encounter videos, this person continues to chase them instead of trying to scare them so that they just run away. The video ends abruptly, so it's unknown if these girls got away safely.
Yo, what the fuck are you doing? What the hell's wrong with you? What the fuck?
Oh shit! It's close!
Number 2, Houston, Texas. This video was posted to Twitter by Andrew Peterson, who's riding in a car with some friends at night, and they soon notice a clown standing in the road.
Okay, what the fuck?
Hey, Abodo. Let me ask you a question. You said there's it's called the Republic of Taiwan, right? You said it's the Republic of Taiwan? Actually, its official name is the Republic of China. That's what it calls itself, the Republic of China. I don't see a Republic of Taiwan anywhere. Looks like there's no such thing as a Republic of Taiwan.
This is not fucking happening.
Dude, what the fuck?
What the fuck? Dude, this is not fucking
The driver gets out of the vehicle and knocks the clown over before driving off. Shortly after, they agree that they need to drive back to see if the person is okay. The clown begins running at the vehicle and nearly avoids being hit while somehow grabbing onto the back
What is it holding?
of the car.
Oh shit! He's running after us! Hit it! Hit that bitch! Hit that! Oh shit! Oh my god, dude!
What the hell?
Before we get to number
It got on the car!
1, I wanted to talk about my favorite clown sighting, which was back in 2014. In Jacksonville, California, a group of clowns were scaring people through their home surveillance cameras. They would just stare at the camera, completely motionless, or in one case, tear apart a pumpkin. This footage was very unsettling, with the clowns staring at the camera the entire time.
These are members of the Zerka army. This is a soldier of Zerka doing this. First of all, what would you do if you saw this on your camera? What would you do if you saw this on your camera? What would you do?
Number 1, Agawam, Massachusetts. This video was posted to Facebook by Michael Poggy, and he encountered this clown standing outside of a store. He comes to a complete stop to record the man, who is holding a sign that reads "Free Hugs." The clown rushes at Poggy as he quickly speeds away.
Drove by this guy at Geisler's parking lot in Agawam. The creepiest thing.
What the fuck? What is that? What the fuck is
It was
that?
later discovered that this man was hired to stand there as a publicity stunt for
Oh, way to ruin it. Way to fucking ruin it.
England.
But it was real. It was actually real.
scare fest. Police were eventually alerted after they received multiple phone calls from concerned residents. It is unknown what happened to this man. So those were the 15 scariest clown sighting videos so far. If you're wondering how this trend started, well, it's believed that the first sighting in South Carolina was a promotional stunt for the upcoming film It.
Clowns are reported.
Oh, a lot of these were promotional. Yeah, way to ruin it. Hold on. Oh, there's more. There's more clown sightings. There's more of them. There's new sightings. Hold on. Let me show you.
An unusual warning from officials in a central Minnesota community tonight.
The Annandale police chief says there have been multiple clown sightings recently. And viewer Mary Faber just sent us photos and videos of at least one clown she spotted herself.
Now, these sightings are getting mixed reaction from residents. As Fox 9's Mitty Hicks reports, some are pretty
Dude, he's just walking, and they're literally walking past him.
nervous about this, while others...
This is not scary at all. He's just doing it in broad daylight and just walking around.
Yeah, not concerned at all.
They made a fucking news story over just a guy in a clown costume in broad daylight.
Weird, you know, like it's not a normal thing you see in a small town.
Katie D.
Yo, what's up, guys? Okay, we're gonna react to this video.
Shut up.
Well, it looks like they may be back. The killer clowns may indeed be back, folks, and if there's any indication, it looks like they're rising up in groups to try to deliver the killer clown-like scare, the killer clown-like purge that they were trying to do last year in 2020. Time for them to try to group up to try to make sure that they would scare society. 9-year-old daughter Anne was nowhere to be seen. It's been weeks since schools, and as kids, don't ever follow a stranger. Make sure to stay safe. Make sure to so please to be on the safe side. Don't ever follow a stranger.
What the fuck is this? All right, let's watch Every Ghost Hunters. Hold on. We're gonna watch Every Ghost Hunters. Give me a sec.
بسم الله الرحيم. في أحد هنا؟
All right, let's see what this is. Man, what the hell is this? Can we see the ghosts?
الله أعلم. ويسمعون أصوات من داخل هذا البدروم، ناس يتكلمون وما في أحد، مهجور من سنوات طويلة. ونقول أعوذ بكلمات الله التامة من شر ما خلق، بسم الله الذي أعوذ بالله ببدايته. وأي ملاحظة استفسار اكتبوا على هاشتاج تويتر المغامر عبد الله العنبري أو أرسلوا على الخاص. ونقول أعوذ بكلمات الله التامة من شر ما خلق. بسم الله الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء وهو السميع العليم. في أحد؟ طبعا بستخدم الإضاءة هذه. في أحد؟ في صوت. بسم الله. في صوت. بسم الله.
What the fuck, man?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. في أحد هنا؟
من انت؟ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مليان سفاير، الله يكرمكم في المكان. بسم الله. في احد في المكان؟ بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله الرحيم. في احد هنا؟ بسم الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
ها؟
انتوا بشر ولا؟ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لو سمحت انتوا بشر ولا؟ بسم الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. انتوا بشر؟ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. انت بشر؟ في صوت. في احد هنا؟ جماعة
بسم الله. بسم الله.
بسم الله.
بسم الله.
في أحد هنا لو سمحت؟ جن ولا إنس؟ إذا في بشر اتكلم لو سمحت.
It's such a weird Arabic.
والله ما كان شيء. مستودع هذا تحت شيء غريب. في جن، في بشر. بسم الله.
What the fuck?
بسم الله.
हेलो प्यारे व्यूअर्स, अस्सलाम वालेकुम। तो कैसे हैं आप सब? आज की वीडियो एक अरेबिक घूस हंटर पर होगी, जहां पर वो एक हॉन्टेड और अबैंडन लोकेशन में इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए जाता है और बहुत से एविडेंस को कैप्चर भी करता है। तो चलिए एक नज़र आप भी देखें।
قسما بالله العظيم ان الظل لا يتحرك الحالة. أنا يا أخوان شكلي بنسحب.
بسم الله.
بسم الله. بسم الله. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم، لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم، له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض. بسم الله. اقسم بالله كهرباء.
He's not even turning it. He's not even turning it.
يا اخوان دقوا على احمد بسرعه يا اخوان. اقسم بالله ماني قادر افك الباب ورب الكعبه.
But you have to turn and pull it. You get to turn.
بسم الله. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض يؤود حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم وهو العلي العظيم وهو العلي العظيم. ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض.
This is all real. This is all real.
ولا يؤوده حفظهما.
This is all real.
وهو العلي العظيم.
بسم الله. بسم الله.
بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
What?
مو بسم الله. بسم الله. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل.
بسم الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مو بسم الله.
Did you guys notice that he said it before the door closed? He said it before the door closed, not after.
لعن أبوكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
इस वीडियो के बारे में आप व्यूअर्स की क्या राय है? इनकी फुल इन्वेस्टिगेशन देखने के लिए इनका चैनल चेकआउट करें। अगर वीडियो पसंद अस्सलाम वालेकुम प्यारे व्यूअर्स, तो कैसे हैं आप सब? आज की वीडियो अरबिक घूस हंटर्स पर होने वाली
What the fuck was that?
जो कि बहुत ही ज्यादा हॉरर और इंटरेस्टिंग
I thought I'd see family. I'm doing it tomorrow. They moved it to tomorrow for whatever reason. I got a text yesterday. So yeah, I talked about it yesterday. Yeah, there's no stream tomorrow.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم
इस वीडियो को जाने बढ़ने से पहले हमारे इस चैनल को लाजमी सब्सक्राइब कर लें। इस टॉप 5 लिस्ट में पहले नंबर पर एक अरबिक घूस्ट हंटर अपनी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के लिए एक हॉन्टेड और अबैंडन लोकेशन में जाता है और ये लोकेशन एक वीरान एरिया में होती है। इसके आसपास ना तो कोई घर होता है और ना ही पॉइंट। यहाँ पर सबसे पहले वो इस डोर को ओपन करके इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के लिए आगे बढ़ता है, लेकिन आगे एक बहुत ही क्रीपी फुटेज उसके कैमरा में कैप्चर होता है। तो चलिए सबसे पहले आप इस वीडियो को देखें।
ايوه هاي الصوت هيو بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
Yumma! What the fuck was that? بسم الله.
يا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
What the fuck was that?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Yumma! بسم الله.
अगर हम इसे स्लो मोशन में देखें तो यहाँ पर एक बच्चे का शैडो जो इसे नीचे गिराता हुआ आगे की जानिब बढ़ जाता है और जो ही वो इन्वेस्टिगेटर उसे देखने के लिए आगे बढ़ता है तो वहां पर वो मौजूद नहीं होता। यहां पर वही शैडो फिगर इस इन्वेस्टिगेटर को यहां पर झांक रहा होता है और जब वो इन्वेस्टिगेटर उसकी तरफ मुतवज्जा होता है तो वो फिर से गायब हो जाता है।
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ها هيو بسم الله أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. هيا هيا.
और उसी दौरान उसके पीछे दरवाजे का लॉक भी मूव होने लगता है, जो कि ऐसा
बिस्मिल्लाह।
पॉसिबल है कि वो शैडो फिगर यहां से गुजर गया हो।
Bismillah! And you still believe in science, huh? You still believe in electrons after seeing this? Fucking dumbass science believers.
أيوة. أيوة.
ये वीडियो देखने में बिल्कुल रियलिस्टिक थी, लेकिन आप व्यूअर्स इस वीडियो के बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे? कमेंट करके जरूर बताइएगा।
बिस्मिल्लाह।
नंबर 2, यहां पर हसन बर्बर की वीडियो है और आज की वीडियो में हसन एक बहुत अरसे से वीरान पड़ी हुई जगह को एक्सप्लोर करने के लिए जाता है और बहुत सी पैरानॉर्मल एक्टिविटीज को अपने कैमरा में कैप्चर भी करता है। सबसे पहले यहाँ पर कुछ नॉइजेस आने लगती हैं, जिसे फॉलो करता हुआ वो आगे बढ़ता रहता है, जहाँ पर एक ब्लैक एंटिटी उसके कैमरा में कैप्चर होती है।
السلام عليكم. طبعا المكان في حد؟
السلام عليكم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء. مكان كبير. بسم الله الرحمن.
You guys want me to do this in real life? I'll do an IRL stream doing this.
والله يا اخوان هاي وقعت. هاي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. هاي وقعت.
I'm just gonna go alone. I'm gonna go completely alone with a GoPro, and because there is a place nearby that some people say has ghosts. I swear I'll do it next weekend or this week. We'll do it this week.
بسم الله الذي لا يضر في صوت.
यहाँ पर कुछ एक्टिविटी होती है और उसी दौरान छत से सीलिंग भी नीचे गिर जाती है।
I'm gonna go completely by myself. Not gonna bring anyone. It's just gonna be me completely by myself. It's gonna be me completely by myself. Okay, so keep that in mind.
بسم الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق. بسم الله. في صوت.
यहाँ पर वो वॉशरूम की जानी वीडियो बनाता है और लोहे की कोई चीज नीचे गिरती है।
شايفين؟ في صوت طلع. في صوت طلع هون. بسم الله الرحمن. أعوذ بالله من الخبث والخبائث. أعوذ بالله. أعوذ بالله.
उसके बाद फिर से कुछ एक्टिविटी होने लगती है, जिसे वो फॉलो भी करता है और एक बार फिर से एक शैडो
No, I'm
फिगर
not
उसके
gonna
कैमरा में।
stage anything. It's just gonna be me completely by myself in a haunted house. Whatever happens, happens. Because you guys, look, you know this might be staged. You guys can trust me. I would never do that. So anything that happens to me will be real. Trust me.
कैप्चर हो जाता है।
بسم الله الله أكبر. بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
यहाँ पर एक बार फिर से छत से सीलिंग नीचे गिरती है, जिसके चंद ही सेकंड बाद फिर से कुछ एक्टिविटी होती है और इन दी एंड उसके और उसके कैमरा के बिल्कुल सामने सीलिंग खुद ब खुद नीचे गिरने लगती है।
طلع طلع طلع.
Bismillah.
طلع هاي. بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله.
I
Have you ever sat at home alone when suddenly you feel a presence around you? Have you ever heard something go bump in the night? No matter whether you believe in the paranormal or not, we've all experienced things that we can't explain. It's time to make sure your lights are switched on, because here are the 15 most haunted houses on Earth. Number 15. The Sallie House, Kansas. Built in the mid-1800s in Atchison, Kansas, from the outside the notorious Sallie House looks like any other. It is, however, considered to be one of the most haunted houses in the U.S. And while it's possible to stay there overnight, all guests have to sign a waiver upon entry to take responsibility for any injuries they may suffer while on the property. The home once belonged to the town's doctor and was where he treated all of his patients. One day, the mother of 6-year-old Sally rushed in with her daughter in her arms after she had collapsed with abdominal pains. The doctor knew straight away that this was a case of appendicitis and that he'd have to operate quickly to prevent the organ from bursting inside her body. There was just enough time to give her some painkillers, but not enough to let them fully take effect. So as the surgery began, the house was filled with chilling screams from the girl. Unfortunately, the procedure failed, and Sally died on the operating table, with her final thought being of this evil man who she...
This is boring. Haunted houses are boring. What is this? This looks cool. Look at this haunted house. This actually looks cool. We're gonna do like we're gonna do a few more of this. Then we're gonna watch the Bosch versus Bastiat debate, and then we're gonna go back to spooky stuff. We're gonna do a little more of this though. This isn't scary, it's just kind of cringe. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Taiwan too. Don't worry. We got plenty of time, guys. We got plenty of time. That's actually cool.
With us here today, we have owner and head butcher, Willie.
How many of you guys been to a haunted hayride? You guys haven't? Are you Americans? You can't be in America and not have experienced this. Oh, you guys are in Europe. This is an American pastime. Yeah, this part's not scary. This part's not scary. All right, let's transition. Sweet home Alabama. Give me a sec.
Qu'est-ce que tu t'imagines? Je suis aussi vorace, aussi vivante que toi. Sais-tu que là sous ma poitrine, une rage sommeille que tu ne soupçonnes pas? Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Prends garde. Et toi, qu'est-ce que tu regardes? T'as jamais vu une femme qui se bat? Suis-moi dans la ville blafarde et je te montrerai comme je mords, comme j'aboie. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Prends garde, sous mon sang la grenade.
Alright guys, that was pretty much just the intro, and we're gonna get right into the stream. We're gonna get into the stream. Pesto, shut the fuck up about the fucking food. You fucking spamming it every 2 seconds. I'm sick of seeing that. I'm sick of seeing it. Okay? Okay, we're gonna start this debate. We're gonna see what they're gonna debate. Because apparently this was news. Let's check it out.
Said that your model or your model in comparison to the other is better when it comes to preservation of certain civil liberties.
With regards to liberty, the problem that I have with American libertarianism, as it's traditionally expressed, is that liberty is gatekept behind wealth. In this country, you are not free to do what you want unless you have wealth. That old adage, what is it? It is equally unlawful for both the wealthy man and the poor man to sleep beneath the bridge. When laws are built in such a way as to discourage behaviors more likely to be engaged in by the working class, these are not laws which are fundamentally encouraging healthy guidelines to what a good society is. We should be promoting freedoms which are truly universal, absolutely and utterly without any requirements, because that's what freedom is.
Yeah, that's satanic. He's literally saying universal rights, even notwithstanding material realities.
Freedom can't be conditional, because when freedom becomes...
But what if it's conditional objectively? What if it's... See, this is the issue with bourgeois socialists. They think inequality is just a matter of not enough laws and not enough rights and not enough formal equality. We have formal equality. That's why there's inequality. Even as Marx explained, equality means inequality. Read Critique of the Gotha Program.
Conditional, you're only enforcing a class system.
I have to say I appreciate Vosh's discussion of private, or rather discussion of the feeling of public property, because I have to say that just does not seem to be the way I think most people think about public property, except in the occasional idealistic type of sense. For everybody in society to own something is for nobody to own it. It's for the state to own it. It's for the people who are legally able to exercise power over that thing to own it. So I reject the idea that something that is socially owned is something you feel like you very much have a stake in.
All right, this is the part that you all have been waiting for. First, I want to bring to the stage the moderator for this next session. Where are you? This moderator happens to be a very awesome Twitch streamer himself. He's also a political consultant. Let's bring to the stage Dylan Burns. Thank you, Dylan. I like your mask. It's a good one. And now, last but not least, two of
This festival was organized by the federal government.
the most brilliant, powerful, and provocative people on the internet. One of them.
That's just not true. Okay, Vosh is not the most provocative fucking guy in the, I'm sorry, he's not even close. How many people know about Vosh? Not really that many. Okay, compared to Ben Shapiro and Alex Jones and Jordan Peterson and like Steven Crowder and Cenk from the Young Turks, nobody fucking knows who Vosh is, dude. Come on. Fucking stupid.
Is a libertarian socialist and a political pundit, among many other things. The other one is a chief neoliberal shill, 2021, and a streamer. We have Vosh versus Bastiat.
Hey, everybody. So, my name's Dylan Burns. This is the wonderful...
He's wearing platformers. Those are what? Inchers? 2 inchers? This dude's wearing platform shoes.
Wonderful Vosh and Bastiat. This will be the second debate they've had, and I'm very happy to host this one as well. And so I'll just give you guys a few of the
6'2", by the way.
The rules. The rules are going to be, if I'm talking, is purely to moderate. I'm not giving my opinion. They're going to have a short intro and outro section. I've moderated for both of them on many, many, many occasions, so they're all familiar with my rules and my mannerisms. So I'm sure they'll be able to hold themselves accountable, and I won't have to step in and be the big authoritarian government coming in to stop your freedom-loving peoples.
You better not, buddy.
Wonderful. Okay. So they're going to be debating whether the socialist model, Vosh's proposed socialist model, or Bastiat's neoliberal shill model is the better one for preserving and perpetuating liberty. Is that correct? We all under that understanding? Wonderful.
Like that.
Okay, so I'm going to give Vosh the first intro. I'm going to try to count it down for 2 minutes, so try to keep it short. Then Bastiat, and then we'll have an open session where they can go back and forth. So Vosh, you want to take it away?
Okay. This thing on? Nice. First of all, hello, Nashville. So nice to be here. That doesn't count against my time. The applause doesn't count. So in my Twitter bio, which is home of all political innovation, I call myself a libertarian socialist, which is a term I think many people find contradictory. Libertarianism typically being defined as an opposition to big government. And socialism, well...
He has such a weird, like, England-inspired accent. He's trying to sound like Nathan Robinson in a way, like as a guy who just came from... England. Well, I consider myself a libertarian socialist, but I can talk a mid-Atlantic accent, and I consider myself a libertarian socialist, and I am. Shut the fuck up, you fucking phony! Such a weird LARPy accent. And I consider myself a libertarian socialist. I am very well fancily dressed. Why do these people love dressing like slave plantation owners? You guys ever seen how Nathan Robinson looks? Let me show you. Nathan Robinson. What is up with that? Does anyone know what the fucking meaning of that is? Like, what is up with this, like, slave plantation way of dressing? What is up with that, like, this style? What is this weird Democrat plantation style? We should call this the Democrat plantation style. The Democrat plantation style. Because that's exactly what it is. The Democrat plantation style. Well, I am a aristocrat. And I wish.
Not so much. But historically and semantically, I think there's a lot of overlap there. And I think that we have a lot more to agree on, non-socialist libertarians and socialist libertarians, especially when we learn or at least seek to understand different types of freedom. There are negative and positive liberties. And when we talk about libertarianism here in the West, I think we often talk about the negative, freedom from restriction.
What do libertarians in the East talk about? Nothing, because they don't exist. What do you mean libertarians in the West, dude? No one else is a libertarian in the fucking world. Okay, shut the fuck up, libertarians in the West. There's no libertarians outside the West. What a stupid fucking thing to say.
To mitigate the number of regulations, rules, laws preventing us from doing that which we want to do. I see this often in libertarian conventions. I remember that fellow who got booed for suggesting, licenses to drive. That was you remember, yeah. But positive liberty, which is an equally important concept, possibly even more, is the ability to act on your will. And here in the United States, we don't have a lot of positive liberty when we're poor, do we? The freedom to travel, to get good education, to get good health care, to make sure that illnesses aren't debilitating, that we don't lose limbs to diabetes, to make sure that we can spend the time that we want in our leisure time and at work. All of that is gatekept behind economic institutions, which I think in many cases deprive us of freedoms, not by explicitly preventing us from doing these things, but by denying us the chance at doing it. That's
what? This is so illogical and stupid. He's saying his libertarianism is about it's literally the fucking satanic goat from the movie The Witch, which like, would thou like to live deliciously? So what? Free shit, basically, right? Well, I just want you to have the liberty to live deliciously. What?
That's why I'm a socialist. And I think that when you think about liberty in that way,
30 seconds.
I think when you think of liberty in that way, it leads itself naturally to an understanding of socialism, not as an advocacy for big government, but an advocacy for any system when used properly, which enhances the extent to which the average citizen can act upon their will without hurting others, of course.
So I want you guys to be like very much clear about what Vosh means, okay? So I'm going to pretty much read this to you. Vosh is saying he's a liberal. He believes in the liberal notion of rights and just do what, be able to act on your will, do whatever you want, right? But he just wants an economic way of securing liberalism. He wants the economic foundation of liberalism. He wants the economic foundation so that the myth of the liberal individual can finally be fulfilled. But what Vosh doesn't understand is that the liberal individual is a fucking myth, right? He's trying to put a band-aid on the inherently flawed idea of the liberal individual who can simply do whatever their heart's content, right? When it comes to actually fulfilling the means of life, there's no such thing. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't just say, you know, fully automated luxury space communism, whatever, and then we could do whatever we want. When it comes to how we feed ourselves and how we secure ourselves economically, you don't have the freedom to determine that. You're constrained by natural laws and also social laws. You don't have the freedom to, like, you know, at the same time maintain the free liberal individual and secure the fundamental requirements of human life in a social way. You can't have both. You can't be an individual and at the same time be an antisocial parasite while also reaping the rewards from something fundamentally social. So you see, Vosh is a real man. Is this what a real man looks like to you? Is this what a real man looks like to you?
I guess that's why I don't think the term libertarian socialism is a contradiction.
Wonderful. So for the next 2 minutes, it will be. I'll hand it over to Bastiat.
Hey folks, my name is Bastiat. I stream on Twitch, and I was very graciously introduced as a neoliberal shill. I affiliate with some of the good folks at the Neoliberal Project. You might want to check them out on Twitter sometime. They do a lot of great work. And I appreciate that Vosh kind of took some time to introduce kind of where he intersects with libertarians, because I feel somewhat similar in my relationship with libertarianism. I appreciate and accept a lot of the basic libertarian morality, but I think that a lot of the policy prescriptions that I propose, which I think are essential to a functioning...
Bastiat's the better one in this debate, and the reason he's better than Vaush is that he's more consistent.
And free and durable.
But we disagree. We don't like either of them politically, but Vaush is definitely the worst guy here.
Free society are essential and yet are oftentimes scorned by libertarians of different stripes. For example, I believe, as I think Milton Friedman argued very persuasively, that the government must not only ensure competitive markets, but must ensure the institution.
Pellock, you think he's a communist? You think Vaush is a communist? Really? Is that actually what you think?
Necessary to maintain those competitive markets, some antitrust regulations, for example, and aid to people to alleviate acute misery and distress, to ensure that people feel like they've got hope in a free society.
He converted me from SOCDEM. You're a liberal and Vaush is a liberal. You're both just liberals. You ever notice that?
And do not turn to alternatives, which I believe are almost always going to be authoritarian in nature, whether they are intended to be so or not. And so,
that's true.
So in that sense, I appreciate that making that discussion, making that distinction. One of the things that concerns me, though, about a lot of the variants of socialism that are proposed is that while I appreciate the respect that they have for the lessons of history and the experience of socialist experiments in the past,
I'll tell you what, why don't you just get in VC?
Worry that they ultimately could lead to new forms of central planning and state coercion that are of a nature that, while not intended, are nevertheless very likely to be harmful and to rob us, indeed, not just of the negative liberties, but even some of the positive liberties that we currently enjoy in many free societies, even if, for example, in the United States, there are a lot of ways we'd like to improve upon the existing system. So I look forward to talking with Vosh here today.
Wonderful. So now we're going to have an open dialogue. You guys can go back and forth. Just one principle I hope you both can live by is that when you both talk at the same time, you actually don't get double the information. You get none of it.
Yeah.
So do your best to be cordial, or I'll have to step in. You two can start interjecting with one another.
Well, So I guess one of the things that concerns me about a lot of libertarian socialism is that it seems like you would nevertheless need a lot of the institutions that we might ordinarily refer to as central planning.
Hold on, someone just sent me a tweet. Jason. What is this shit? Yes, Haas decolonization by the Black Panthers and was totally created by a movie. What decolonization by the Black Panthers are you even referring to, dumbass? And what does this have to do with the current leftist religion I'm talking about? Which is fucking from Avatar, 100%. Yeah, the 1970s saw to the fetishization of indigenous people as by hippies, pretty much is what happened. And why did you fucking subtweet me, you fucking coward?
In order to make the system work.
I guess he's like a bread. He literally. Jason sounds like a fucking bread tuber. He honestly sounds like a bread tuber now. You know? Completely sounds like a fucking bread tuber. 100%. Really sad.
Work. For example, it seems to me that if you had a society of broad-based democratic workplaces, presumably that's kind of what we would imagine to be the basic unit of production in a libertarian socialist kind of society, right? If we have a system like that, I think we run into a big problem with the issue of capital investment, because it seems like we're no longer going to have trillions in private investment come down from Wall Street. We're going to need some way to ensure that these democratic workplaces can get investment and can do so in a way that comports with more socialist principles and the sort of.
Look at this latest video. Look at the like-dislike ratio. Can you turn against him?
Sort of capitalist private ownership that we have today. And it seems like what you would get, however you did it, would have to be done through government in some kind of fashion that could not help but amount to central planning by another name. It wouldn't be the same kind of central planning that we've seen in socialist societies in the past, where you decide how many pairs of shoes are built for, what are assembled for what kind of plan, but it would nevertheless determine for political purposes, rather than for the purposes of investing efficiency, what kind of entities are favored by the state and which are disfavored by the state. And that seems to me like something that could endanger a lot of our freedom. It would be very difficult, for example, to criticize your local government if your local government determines whether you're going to get any investment, whether you're going to be able to make your payroll, things like that. So I guess that's kind of my first concern, is I feel like some of the positive liberties that we enjoy in advanced democracies, we don't have it yet in the United States.
The 12.
We're gonna watch this later. Don't worry, it's gonna be later.
But universal health care, for example, depends on a thriving economy to pay for it. But if we've got central planning that reduces efficiency and makes us less free through the course of some of the potential loss of political freedom I highlighted here, well, I worry that we've sort of got some bad results out of good intentions.
So I'd like to tackle that, if I may. First of all, to clarify, I identify as a market socialist. So I don't think that the experiments of the Soviet Union and, say, for example, Mao's China were a particularly phenomenal demonstration of socialist principles.
This is such a warped view of socialism, that socialism is just a manner of the application of principles. It doesn't make any sense. How is socialism the application of principles? Doesn't even make sense. But yeah, I guess he's saying Mao's China and the Soviet Union were not good examples of the application of his principles. But I don't think you even know what socialism is in the first place, you fucking dumbass. Like, socialism is not a fucking value. It's not an arbitrary, artificial value system of some kind. It's not. That's just not what socialism is in the first place.
I think that worker cooperatives, when businesses are owned collectively by the people who work there, are a good and ethical system for organizing labor. You bring up an interesting point, though, because capital investment is going to be a necessary component of any kind of market system. You do need higher institutions choosing where money goes. And I think to an extent you're assigning an undue level of potential malevolence to the government in these cases.
Dylan Burns is not a tanky. I don't know where you got that from.
If you had a system where worker cooperatives look towards the government for investment, it could be as decentralized or as removed from political influence as many of the systems that work in the government today. For example, the PPP system we got during the beginning of COVID, the government wasn't like selectively denying like some businesses they didn't like.
This is a disastrously stupid fucking argument. This is the most stupid fucking argument I've ever heard in my life. What did he just say? He just is saying that the way in which worker co-ops would secure funding from the government is by the PP system that of the government bailing out small businesses, which was like a uniform. First of all, dude, that's the example you're gonna use. You realize the difference here is that when it comes to that system, it's just based on like bureaucracy and just checking boxes. It's not based on like a specific evaluation of how good the business is or what its prospects are, whether it's worthy of investment or not, or anything like that. And that was a crisis because of a fucking pandemic.
It's just a broad bureaucratic structure that we can universally rely on, even if the folks at Washington don't like us. And
yeah, but how are you going to fucking make that for co-ops? Well, what's the idea there? Because that's a lot of wasted investment. So all co-ops would get investment?
And it's
you realize the businesses that are getting investment because of the COVID pandemic were ones that were already proven to be like successful businesses, right? It's not like they're a bunch of failed businesses or startup businesses.
It makes me a bit hypocritical as well, because today banks don't loan money to cooperative ventures, at least not as often as traditional firms. Cooperatives, what I care about, are generally shafted by traditional banking loans because.
And you think that's irrational that banks don't fund them? So banks, let me get this straight. Banks whose purpose is to make money don't invest in cooperatives. Even though cooperatives are, as a matter of fact, inherently more successful, according to Vaush. So Vaush knows more than the banks do, right? The banks just aren't good enough capitalists as Vaush.
Because they're considered scary out there, in spite of the fact that cooperatives actually have a higher return on initial investment because they tend to be more stable. They resist price shocks. So we live today in a system where political biases influence which types of economic organizations get up off the ground. And even if
do you want to know why cooperatives are on average more successful? I hate to burst your bubble and ruin this fantasy for you. You want to know why cooperatives are more successful? Because cooperatives tend to be ran by conscientious people who are just more educated on average, probably are more skilled, therefore on average. And that probably implies they have a greater access to starting capital than other forms of businesses. That's why. You know? It's not... cooperatives don't speak to like the random guy who doesn't give a fuck about the business. They just want to make money. How many of you guys just work for jobs you don't give a shit about? How many of you guys work for jobs you don't give a shit about? How many of you guys move from job to job just trying to make money, not giving a fuck about what... Thank you, radical leftists. How many of you guys just move job to job, not giving a shit about, like, you know, the business? A ton of you. So how will cooperatives address the majority of actual workers who aren't attached to the business? They're just not attached to the business. And how does that even address like the gig economy, which, you know, which is making most labor is precarious and just not necessary anymore to work there, like to be stationed there, right? Worker co-ops suck because it's literally people like Vosh trying to hold you hostage and psychologically and ideologically like control you. You're stationed down in one fucking co-op and you have to like participate in this fucking political and ideological fantasy. It's pretty fucked up.
If you leave that aside, I mean, even if you were able to universally delegate loans to everyone in a private system.
Vosh would say that workers being more involved in the business will make them care more. No, it'll probably just increase their resentments. Like they'll just see it as more time being taken away from doing what they actually care about, which is not at work.
System. The problem remains that the private system is not exactly impartial with which businesses rise and fall. Private ownership and the benefits it accrues also lead to things like monopolization, which it just directly strangles out competition, either in a local market or sometimes globally, depending on how much influence they have. These are problems directly linked to systems of private ownership because the incentive structures in those systems don't really exist, at least not in the same way in cooperatives. At the end of the day, when we're talking about capital investment, you're always deferring to a higher power. The question is, will that higher power be democratic, or will it be an elite autocracy of banks and venture capital firms that have no obligation to the public?
How do you democratically determine material reality? That's my question for Vaush. How do you democratically determine material reality?
Good whatsoever, not even nominally. And I would choose the former.
And I get it. Banks don't completely represent material reality. I get it. But the buck stops somewhere, right? So how do you democratically determine that? The buck stops somewhere in terms of like the economy actually being a materially objective sphere that has its own immanent laws that don't obey the subjective whims of ideologists.
So there are two things I'd like to ask about that. One, the smaller issue, I would say smaller, at least for our discussion, of the issue of cooperatives investment. And then the bigger issue of the democratic nature of the system and the malevolence or lack thereof of government. So I just mentioned that because I don't want to lose both of those, but I think they're both interesting points you bring up. So with respect to cooperatives, you made an interesting argument when you said they have a higher rate of return, and yet banks and investors typically don't invest in them. And from all the research I've seen, I have no, and I really wouldn't purport to make an argument against cooperatives as they exist today in the United States or in other advanced developed countries. Economically, they seem to be about the same, not much better, not much worse than any other form of institution, with the exception of their maintenance of employees, in the sense that they're less likely to fire or lay off employees, and they're more likely to, say, take a haircut off of everybody's pay. That seems to be kind of what I've seen in terms of the biggest difference. I wasn't aware that they had higher rates of return, but let's assume that they, I'll grant you that point. Why then, in a capitalist system that often regularly funds people and interests that are politically opposed to it, I imagine you folks have seen the thrilling discourse about some, the socialists, the houses and income and all that, right? I mean, they were able to participate in the system with a lot of investment. What would be the reason then that these banks would deny investment to entities that offer a lucrative rate of return?
At the end of the day, I think it comes down to limited information. I don't think that the bankers are like malicious, ideologically driven. I don't think they're like going.
So wait, so hold on. If I'm getting this correctly, Vosh has the opportunity now to become a successful, wildly successful, profitable banker who can basically he could make a lot of money investing in co-ops, right? Vosh, why don't you become a co-op capitalist? And that way you'll just make a ton of money, which you can use to fund the socialist political movement. Put your money where your mouth is. If you know more than these fucking banks do, then you'll become a successful capitalist yourself, investing in these supposedly wildly successful companies. Every one of them hours. Oh, wow.
About it like that, but back during the the Jim Crow era, even though it was perfectly legal to serve people of any race, oftentimes businesses would not, and that's an economically inefficient decision. You can make the argument you're playing to social.
So you're saying there's a deliberate and conscious effort to not fund co-ops for ideological reasons. That's what you're saying. By these banks. In the same way that in Jim Crow, they don't serve black people in the restaurants. What am I hearing? I'm just hearing some stupid bullshit.
Social biases, but at the end of the day, you're objectively limiting a market. You see that too with like Legos marketing more to boys in the 90s, computer stuff as well. I mean, you're limiting the share of the market. I think that at the end of the day, these systems, as much as we like to believe that they're above our petty concerns.
Wait, Legos marketed to boys in the same way that Barbies marketed to girls? You fucking idiot! If Barbie's marketing only to girls, are they limiting their share of the market? No, because if you start marketing to boys, the product itself becomes less desirable. You fucking dumbass. One of the reasons we liked playing with Legos is because they were marketed to us as boys. They marketed an aspect of us. If you made Legos gender neutral, they wouldn't be as fun to play with or as attractive or appealing. It's just like Barbies, you fucking dumbass.
Concerns are ultimately the product of a lot of systemic biases that get ingrained and codified. And cooperatives are just not very well understood in this country, which is a shame. They're growing. There are more.
Cope, they're growing. Cope. It's happening, guys. That's the future, guys. Co-ops are growing. Any day now. Socialism. It's the future.
More cooperatives today in America than there have been in a long time, and an interest in them is rising, which makes sense because we live in an era of unprecedented worker discontent, at least since the Great Depression. And worker cooperatives have a very, 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 very great difference in how people who work there feel, their general level of happiness. It makes sense that it would be rising.
Co-ops. Co-copes. Co-copes. Co-ops. They're called co-ops. 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 No, co-ops. They're co-ops and co-ops. Co-ops and co-ops. Cocoa Puffs. Co-ops. I'm gonna tweet that right now. I can't forget that. Hold on. Like, I'm gonna tweet that right now. I can't forget that. Hold on. Give me a sec. How long do you actually think talking about co-ops is going to disguise your fraudulent pretense to being a socialist after Biden already won? Co-ops, the last meme BreadTube has before it is finally destroyed. What's his name? Vaush? Yeah, I'm tweeting that right now. I gotta remember both of them, co-ops and cope-ops. Aren't you part of BreadTube? Fuck no, I'm not. Fuck no, I'm not.
Up in these times.
Yeah, I would say that I would agree with the argument. That seems to be from my research, what I found too, is that there's a lack of awareness among a lot of the people who, I guess, kind of grease the wheels of capitalism. Attorneys like myself and accountants, and who just don't generally work with these forms of organization. So I would say that also to me seems to be one reason that they're not more popular. I've also seen occasionally in regulation where they are occasionally disadvantaged in some way. The USDA does aid to rural enterprises, and they will provide loan opportunities with very low collateralization. And other entities in government, like the Small Business Association, their collateralization requirements are higher. And so the low collateral is good for a cooperative because they can't really do a corporate guarantee that requires somebody to basically sign off. There's not some big rich angel investor, and that makes the guarantee a little harder. So there are some issues, but they seem to be issues that we're working on. The Paycheck Protection Program was pretty open to cooperatives, for example. So that it seems like we are kind of ironing those issues out. But I agree there's a lot of information asymmetry there. And then the bigger issue of malevolence.
If it's an issue of information, the free market will eventually take care of it. Vaush.
Something I wanted to talk about, because I don't believe necessarily that government is inherently malevolent. What I was thinking about in terms of government is that right now, under our system, there is an incredible amount of lobbying and influence in government to, get all the kinds of special or favorable, even really, treatment. I don't mean to make it sound malicious. Favorable treatment in our tax code or in the law for one particular business enterprise or another. And then I imagine, that on top of taxes, which are a relatively small part of overall business, you have to lobby the government, as anybody would, assuming they have the right to, for access to capital investment or greater access to it or special access, to say, well, perhaps I'm not as profitable an entity, but I provide a useful social function. One thing in particular that concerns me is the example of Yugoslavia, where they had capital investment that was devoted specifically to firms that had large numbers of employees, whether they were efficient or not. It became a kind of backhanded subsidy for laborers. The entire economy is dragged down by this. And I don't see a reason why here in the United States, where our own policies often favor entities with lots of employees over entities that are efficient or innovative, would really be any different. I just imagine that, like every other country in the world, lobbyists,
they provide jobs. This is a fair argument.
Would kind of make the process less.
Thank you, Cap.
Co-ops sound like something you put on your Santa wish list, even though you know your parents will never buy it.
Kind of, yeah.
Economically efficient than the competitive rules of a capitalist order do, however imperfectly they do.
It's one of those things where the fish probably couldn't define water if you asked them what it was, We have a horrendously inefficient system for determining which businesses are efficient right now. Businesses close constantly. Most don't survive their first couple of years. And especially, I mean, in the restaurant industry, for example, which is eternally going to be in high demand, it's the sink or swim model doesn't take into account the externalities, because every sink is loans to the bank met unfulfilled, is a family's finances left in devastation, is...
Yeah, but it's also a business that has proven itself unsuccessful. Sometimes businesses are less successful because they're not good businesses. Not every business has the right to be successful. Just look, if you think every business has the right to be successful, that's like saying every guy has the right to get pussy. You're basically an economic incel. It's basically economic incelism. You can't force people to buy shit they don't like.
Is all the external problems following from that.
I'm gonna type this.
And this happens every year to hundreds of thousands of people, not just here, but all around the world. When we look at other systems, we often see their downsides, of which there are no doubt many with any. But we're so sometimes, I think, unwilling to consider what they're being compared
Every
to.
time I tweet at Vosh, he just looks at it and he goes,
When we're talking about accruing investment from the government, regardless of how that's done, for example, over in Canada,
accruing investment from the government, accruing. When it comes to accruing, accrue, 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 accrue.
I know they have a very robust arts investment program. The game Cuphead, if anyone's played that, it's good, was largely funded through investment from the Canadian government. They see worthy artistic projects and they put money into it.
This guy literally used Cuphead as an example of the success of his economic system. Okay. In case you guys need to know what we're talking about. This is Vosh's model for socialism. Hey, Cuphead! That game's fun. Cuphead's a fun game. My life is like... Hold on. Hold on. Give me a sec. All right, let's get ready, guys. Get ready. Ready?
My life is like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage, all while I am still collecting coins. Trying hard to save the girl, obstacles, I'm jumping hurdles. I'm growing up to be a big boy. A battle with the evil ways, I travel far and try and say, sorry, but your princess isn't here. Take a rest, I push the pause, level up and move along in hopes that the next stage I will clear. Fucking past, asshole! I'm just trying to Today I went to therapy, told him my embarrassing issues that I'm having with my life. He told me that I need to change, life is not a video game, so stop playing and open up your eyes. I'm just trying to keep from dying. It's just a game that we play, and for heaven's sakes, looking for a better way to play it.
Socialism! This is socialism, guys! It's so beautiful! Socialism!
Don't talk about it, just be about it. Don't ever doubt it, even when your brain is clouded. I may be crazy, but life's amazing. And through it all, and even with your problems facing, so just know that it's life is like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage, all while I am still collecting coins. Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, select, start. It's just a game that we play, and for heaven's sakes, looking for a better way to play it. Life is full.
It seems to produce good results. Probably not universally applicable to all businesses, but I think it speaks to an alternative model.
Wait! Huh? Speaking of the devil, when you think about it, if socialism is just when the government funds things, the Iraq War was the most socialist thing ever. Think about it. The Iraq War was socialist. It was funded by the government. Blackwater was receiving subsidies and funds by the government too, the mercenaries. It's just like Cuphead. It's the same thing.
Maybe something that we could dip our toes into, even if the government were just to loan out to the best applicants within like counties per. I think that might actually lead to a better system than we have right now, because I find it difficult to imagine any system which would produce as much abject misery as the one we have now, where all the failed business ventures get shuffled under by the new real estate and they never get thought of or considered again. Especially, since with regards to all those failed ventures.
Yeah, the U.S. military is the largest co-op on Earth.
I mean, we're not just talking.
Excellent point.
About like the failure of the business of the family's finances. We're talking about lost time in real estate, like constant turnover in areas with a lot of economic upturn. Stuff like this can be economically devastating, especially to small towns. And these externalities get shuffled off, like how big box stores and Walmart, everything costs less there. Then why is it that when they move into mid-sized towns, everyone there gets poorer? It's a very strange economic problem, and I think it requires...
They lose jobs. The fuck?
Out-of-the-box solutions to even begin to address.
I think there's some interesting...
They lose jobs, they lose people. I just don't think you're that smart. You're just not that smart. Give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna go wash my hands. Give me a sec.
Qu'un animal déguisé en madone. Et toi, je pourrais te faire
Since I ate in the beginning, the time is going to come. I hope you guys know this. The time is going to come where I am going to need to poop. Did you know that? The time is going to come that I will need to poop. Will it be quick? Who knows? But the time's coming of me needing to go poop and pause the stream and shit. So I need everyone to prepare for that moment. The poop time is coming. Okay?
Points there. One, I feel like actually the example of Canada and the way that it has decided to fund media and art is an example of kind of the problem that I highlighted. Canada makes special privilege for Canadian content. They feel, being a nation of 30 million on the border with a nation of 330 million, that they have to give Canadian-based content, Canadian movies and film, a lot of special attention. And so they have, under the Trudeau administration, proposed a system of increased taxation of entities like Netflix and Hulu and things like that, making costs much greater for the average person for the purpose of then using that money to fund Canadian content that most Canadians don't watch, don't particularly want, or have any special interest in. Nevertheless, the Canadian content is very popular with special interests who are able to use their leverage in the government to ultimately get themselves special favors that are popular in the abstract, even though they cost a lot in the ordinary sense to ordinary Canadians. But it's also kind of a death by a thousand cut thing, right? Because if you pay $5...
What good fucking art come from Canada? Puppet is the only fucking thing he could name. What the fuck else came from Canada's art program? What's an example of good Canadian content? What's an example of good Canadian funded fucking art? What's a good example? Yeah, Trudeau's blackface performance was the best. The Long Dark? What's the Long Dark? That game fucking sucks! And stop mentioning video games, you fucking weirdos. Stop mentioning video games. Nobody fucking cares about games. Give me a good movie or TV show from fucking Canada. Even one that wasn't funded by the government. Just a good show or movie from Canada. Nothing. Letterkenny sucks. Degrassi sucks. Canadian Bacon sucks. Trailer Park sucks. Trailer Park Boys sucks. What the fuck is Pontypool? What the fuck is Pontypool? It sucks. Pontypool sucks. That's a shitty movie.
more or something for an online subscription. Maybe that doesn't feel too bad, but in the aggregate, that's a
Lighthouse sucks. Silent Hills from Japan. Shut the fuck up.
lot of waste in exchange for a benefit that you just won't enjoy. And then you imagine that kind of stuff happening across every sector instead of the special sectors that are able to capture state favors in our liberal democratic system. So that's one point I'd raise. That's kind of an example to me of
Caillou is literally fucking disturbing. And if I had kids, I would never, ever let them watch that fucking show of Caillou. My fucking kids would never be allowed to watch fucking Caillou. Nathan For You? Shut the fuck up about Nathan For You. Winnie the Pooh is OG. That's from the UK, and that's from Disney. What are you talking about? What the literal fuck are you even talking about? How do I get... Hassan is cringe. That's all I gotta say. Hassan is cringe.
Of some of the things I fear happening across all industries. But another point that Vosh mentioned, I think is a very important point that you mentioned, I think is a very good point, is the fact that a lot of businesses will fail. I think you said it was like, how many, on average?
I think that it's like a nearly 2/3 rate for the first 3 years.
Yeah,
I think I could be.
I've heard numbers like that too. And I think it's important to note that there are a couple of things to consider. And this is where I would especially hope that a lot of libertarians are open to what it is I'm about to say. So for me, as a good neoliberal shill, I really like trade. I think free trade has been a blessing and a boon for the United States and indeed for, I'd say, the whole world, but especially the United States, this being the original globalist country that is most responsible, I think, for defining the terms of the international economic order as we enjoy today. Well, unfortunately, trade, though I think it benefits more people and society in the aggregate, does come with costs. The North American Free Trade Agreement, our opening of trade relations with China, have led to massive benefits for most, but they've been small and broadly dispersed across society for everybody, right? A massive benefit for society, but broadly dispersed. The pain that has resulted, on the other hand, from these free trade agreements in the sense of closed factories, lost jobs, has been much smaller in the aggregate, but that pain is much more noticeable, much more severe on the individual level, and it's much more visible, and it's much easier to craft a political narrative on. Because if I tell you, yes, well, my television set is now 33% cheaper, and I can have a much bigger one and all the rest of it, that's great. Yeah, who cares, really? I mean, I got my TV. You don't care about that. On the other hand, somebody tells you about how their town has been hollowed out. They've got a fentanyl addiction. They've got all these crumbling factories, and things used to be, oh, so much better back in the good old days. Well, maybe not for society as a whole, but for them, obviously so.
Yeah, but the reason why it's so impactful for society as a whole is because it epitomizes the uncertainty of the future for the next generation, because it's an extreme example of the loss of secure jobs. And of course, as a society, we're going to focus on the bad more than the good. Because think about it. The only reason we usually talk about our society is to address bad things. Not to address good things, because good things are just our own lives we're dealing with, right? If there's no bad things, there's no reason to talk about society. You could just focus on your own, friends and family and your own life. You only have to refer to society when there's bad things. Do you trim your beard? No, my beard grows like this naturally, but I am going to trim it eventually.
So we've got to have a society that is more ready to help people who are in distress, because it is essential, and it's essential we do this, because if we don't, we risk losing the benefits that come with things like free trade or business turnover. When businesses are destroyed, that doesn't have to mean the end of the road for the people who lose their jobs or the people who lose their business. Indeed, one of the great things about forming a corporation is that it's limited liability for you as an individual. You got a chance to start over. You don't have to lose the shirt on your back, If we can work to increase some of the benefits that we give to people who maybe lose their jobs as a result of trade, we have some basic income guarantees, some universal health insurance, some of the things that folks in not just European countries, but some of our peer countries in Taiwan take care of, we don't have to worry about the political blowback that understandably results when people feel like they have lost out in a system that may be benefiting.
Hey, what did they say?
That doesn't have to mean the end of the road for the people who lose their jobs or the people who lose their business. Indeed, one of the great things about forming a corporation is that it's limited liability for you as an individual. You got a chance to start over. You don't have to lose the shirt on your back, If we can...
I'm with G as long as he bails out Evergrande. Evergrande is probably not getting bailed out, dude.
Can work to increase some of the benefits that we give to people who maybe lose their jobs as a result of trade. We have some basic income guarantees, some universal health insurance, some of the things that folks in not just European countries, but some of our peer countries in Taiwan take care of. We don't have to worry about the political blowback that understandably results when people feel like they have lost out in a system that may be benefiting people in the aggregate, but for them individually, well, you know, their life maybe is worse. So we got to, instead of telling people, hey, look, you got to be happy where you're at on principle. No, you got to provide for people in some capacity, because if we don't, the lessons of the 20th century seem to be pretty clear that people will look to worse alternatives.
Well, if there's one
You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior. You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior. You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior. You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior. You have been banned from the Mickey
One thing on which I'll unambiguously agree with any neoliberal shill, it's this. I'm no nationalist. I do think that trade and people should flow across borders however they please. And to that end, there is an undeniable good which has been produced from a modern global economy. I will not bemoan the decrease in tech prices over the past 30 years. I kind of rely on it, at least when I was starting up. But sometimes there are root issues that run a little bit deeper than that. It's
Love. Boobies. What? You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior. You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior. You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior. You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior. You have been banned from
true that our modern economic system does lead to further wealth accumulation in certain areas. Obviously, more wealth accrues in cities. Some towns get hollowed out, as you said. A lot of these towns get big box stores. And again, everything is cheaper. And all of a sudden, folks that couldn't afford any of this weird stuff before are able to go out of Walmart or Target with what might have been considered luxury goods 20 or 30 years ago. I think that's a lovely thing. But there are problems in the long run from the transportation networks that we've built, not only in our cities, to the areas around them, that's led to the death of walkable American cities.
Thank you, Moon.
Something we
Vosh, how are co-ops going to solve this?
Used to have, by the way, back before the invention of the car, when car lobbyists used their corporate power to lobby and bulldoze and repave major...
What's up with leftists and hating cars? I like cars. I like driving the car on the highway. You know what? Fuck it. I like cars. What's up with lefties and hating cars, huh? Fuck public transport, dude. I don't live in a fucking city. I don't live in a fucking city, dude. I like driving in the wide open space in Michigan. And if that means the turtles go extinct, fuck the turtles. If that means the polar bears have to suffer, fuck the polar bears. I fucking drive in my wide open highways in Michigan over farms and fields, and I like it, okay? I don't live in a fucking city. Fuck your public transport. I like cars.
Major American cities to make them inaccessible to human beings, but accessible to metal boxes we drive, to perhaps...
Isn't it cuck-like behavior to hate cars? Okay, forget about whether you like public transport or not. Isn't it cuck behavior to hate cars? Isn't it cuck behavior to hate them? A car basically means you're your own man, and a car is pretty much your own balls. It's like having your own dick. It's like having your own balls. Why do you think women want a guy who has a car? Because that means you got a pee-pee. You got a phallus. You got a Freudian phallus on your hands. And you're driving that steering wheel, you know what I'm saying, about your business. That's your car. Who the fuck's gonna talk about you? That's your car. You know, look, women want a guy with a car. They don't want a guy with a train. That's just the truth. It's unfortunate, but listen, Shawty wants you to pick her up, open the door. For me, she has to sit in the back seat. She don't get to sit next to me. But that means I'm like her chauffeur. Fuck. Okay, this is what happens. So I pick up my Shawty in the car, right? Pick her up. First thing I do, I say switch seats. She go, what? I sit right in the back and she drives. She's my chauffeur. She's my chauffeur. I don't drive her, she drives me. I'm the king. I don't do this menial labor. She drive me. I'm the king. You understand? I sit right in the back and I open my Nintendo DS and I get to playing. She drives me. That's what happens. That's what happens.
More pointedly, the death of local small business. The prices at small businesses that you'll go to at any local market. In Seattle, we have Pike Place, where things are maybe a little pricier than what you get at a big box store, but everyone goes there. It's very popular. The reason for that is because no business open there can be a chain. It must be one of its kind. The first Starbucks was open there. Now that's a chain, of course, but at the time, that was the very first one. People like local, livable communities. They correspond...
This guy's an Amazon leftist. The fuck?
Positively with decreases in depression and suicide, to increases in local community involvement, to greater degrees of health. And why am I bringing all this up when we're talking about, broader economic systems? Well, to me, what we're seeing with worker cooperatives in their model...
Everyone always loves talking about local community shit until the crackhead walks in and takes his shit on the floor. What then? The local crackhead walks in. What are you going to do? You're going to kick him out? Well, that's exclusionary. You can't kick him out because then that's capitalist exclusion. I want to know what lefties got to say. Like, let's say a few crackheads want to walk into Chaz and just start shitting everywhere. What are you going to do? What the hell are you going to do? How are you going to address that? Like an anarchist squat. We are the anarchists! No borders! No property! No exclusion! And the homeless communities, the crackheads, they hear wind of this and they just storm that place like zombies. They're like zombies. And they just start shitting. They just start shitting everywhere. What then? What then? What then? You can't kick them out. Can't kick them out. State-funded asylum, hospital, rehab. Then you have to force them. How are you going to force them? How are you going to force them?
Modern resurgence here in America is a revitalization of the local community and business spirit that used to make some of the parts of this country so great to live.
He's not talking about the crackheads. I hope you know that. He ain't talking about the crackheads.
Live in, where cooperatives, which tend to be a little bit smaller, a little more local, are now filling a long unmet desire, and that is to know the person
co-ops
who works there when you go in. What many people now enjoy with bartenders and restaurant patrons used to be a common thing at stores all across the country. everything has been so systematized, globalized. Employees shuffle in and out. They get dropped and brought in. Worker turnover was so high in a job that I had before I went on YouTube that sometimes they actually wouldn't bother training some employees because they were put on for less than 2 months. Not hired for that length of time. They were expected to leave before then. So it was just a dice roll, I suppose, and they weren't wrong half the time. All of this can be directly all this can be directly brought back to the system of ownership that we live in today, a system which deprioritizes the needs of workers, not just at their expense, but at everyone's, because the common American worker benefits not from private ownership when at their workplace. Do they benefit from it when they're not? Goods have been a little cheaper, maybe due to global trade, and I think that's an appreciable thing. Maybe we can keep some elements of that broader system, the cost-saving measures, while maintaining a direct democratic relationship with the institutions we spend most of our time at.
Why? Why do these institutions, quote unquote, have to be democratic? I don't get it. Who the fuck wants to vote in a fucking company? Oh my god. Literally shut the fuck up. No one cares about... No one wants to vote in the company. They want shorter work hours. We're literally living in 2021 with 8-hour workdays in America. And this guy's talking about voting. Instead of fucking shorten the work week. The work week. Just shorten the work week. No one fucking wants to be in a co-op, Vosh.
I don't interact with my government day in and day out. I vote once every 4 years, and every once in a while something drives me to the DMV. When I worked, I spent 8 hours a day there. That's the system I spend most of my time under, and that's the system I had no control over, not directly or indirectly.
Hey, you don't deserve to have control over fucking... I hate stupid people, man. I think this guy just doesn't know the difference between politics and economics. He's trying to make them the same thing when they're not.
So there are a couple things I'd say about that, because I think Vosh again makes a lot of insightful observations that I broadly agree with in terms of the problems he describes. What I don't agree with are the prescriptions he suggests. So I think the first thing I'd say is that with respect to the idea of the worker, I think it's first of all important to recognize that before we reshuffle society around, in a very big way, around the interests of the worker, we recognize that here in the United States, the workforce participation rate is about 60%, and it's been falling for years. So before we think about that, I mean, it's also important to recognize what would this mean for all the other people in society, the other 40% of people. And it's my basic contention that a society organized around democratic workplaces would be less efficient as a result of the capital markets problem that I described earlier, and would therefore be less able to fund the decommodification of all these services I mentioned, healthcare, education, things like that. If we don't have the golden goose that puts out the golden eggs, it's real hard to pay for these kinds of programs. And it is my opinion that we don't want to make that shift unless we recognize that perhaps we might come to the conclusion as a society that there are higher values that are more important than that economic loss that I would argue would occur. But nevertheless, I think we have to reconcile with it and the fact that it would come at the cost of society as a whole. So that's one point I'd say there. I think that the worker's interest is not necessarily served by a democratic workplace or a society of democratic workplaces, because while I would agree that in an individual sense in our existing society, if you want to have a democratic cooperative, you ought to be able to do that, and I can understand there being a lot of benefits. But if we have a society entirely organized around that principle, I think that means some big changes that are very different and very difficult to reconcile with. So that's one point I'd say. The other point I'd say is I think Vosh makes a very good point that society has changed in some very big ways. Like, for example, I wouldn't agree necessarily with all the contours of the General Motors story you told, I would agree with some of it. That lobbyists have certainly had a massive role in transforming America from the kind of, I guess, the sort of small town type of, environment you described to, a society of big highways and cars. Now, a huge part of that is also that I think Americans do, very, very much love their cars. I think these are products that have caught on for, more than just malicious intent. But either way, the destroying of whole communities to build 7-lane superhighways was a decision that went well beyond just market demand. I mean, there was a lot of political choice there. And I think it's also worth noting that a lot of those decisions were made democratically at the expense of vulnerable minorities who really couldn't do much about them. In my community, for example, in Pensacola, a giant freeway was built right through the middle of a black community. And there's a little sign that commemorates this loss. And this loss was the result of a democratically elected government operating in accordance with democratic principles. This is in 1975. It was still imperfect at the time, but even if all the people had had all the voting rights, they would have been outvoted. And unfortunately, I don't know that the result would have been much different if we didn't have the kind of modern appreciation that we have for small communities and for recognizing all the damage that cars do. But I think there's one other point to remember here, that with respect to the loss of small town America in some ways, and not to oversimplify what you were saying, but some of what you mentioned there. One of the biggest problems I think in America is that we have what I might call, for lack of a better term, I don't mean this as an insult, boomer socialism is what the Wall Street Journal calls it. And that's the practice of taking housing, for example, and making it very difficult to build new housing for the sake of preserving the land values at the expense of perhaps the property rights of the people who own, existing homeowners, making it very difficult to build dense housing, making it very difficult to build.
This is actually interesting.
Small commercial enterprises, because this whole system has made it very difficult to rent them at affordable prices.
So it's called boomer socialism. So what they're doing is that they're buying up land and they're making it, they're introducing a bunch of red tape to make it hard to do anything with the land to preserve its price. So that's socialism for the rich.
End up with big box stores, which are, I would agree, although I do like me a good 3 a.m. trip to Walmart, which I would agree are a little less aesthetically pleasing and come with their own costs, though I, of course, wouldn't argue against their benefits. It's worth noting that housing, healthcare in this country, which we've got the worst of all systems. We don't have a free market system and we don't have a universal system. We have a half universal jury-rigged system that provides universal healthcare of a sort to everybody over 65 and to people who are very poor until you get to that point. And in the middle, good luck, So we've got the worst of that because we've got now, we spend as much as many countries per capita in terms of healthcare coverage, sometimes very much more, and we get very much less for it. We spend very much more for housing and we get very much less for it. And then we have the same problem with education, though I would argue that's less of a problem.
Look, it's an anti-China troll. Hey, bitch, you want to get in my VC? You want to contest that Taiwan belongs to China and is a part of China, always has been a part of China? Because it is, you little bitch. You little bitch. Taiwan's not a country. Taiwan is 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 not a country.
Even when you go through that whole process, you're still going to have a higher earning potential. But nevertheless, those three...
Hey, I'm going to go ahead and ban you. You want to earn your manhood back? Then VC debate me, you little bitch.
Three areas, housing, healthcare, and education, the costs have driven through the roof because primarily of bad policy. We know that's the case because with other sectors, consumer goods of all sorts, food, electronics, clothing, prices have gone down where government policy has been less onerous and less destructive to society as a whole. So it's worth remembering that if we want to live in a free society, we have to reconcile ourselves with the fact that we in the 20th century gave up a lot of freedom. And when we gave it up, we often did it in malicious, race-based ways that now we're having to pay the cost of as a society because they were so poorly implemented in the first place. So when we sacrifice some of our freedom, for example, in the universal healthcare system, we ought to do, or with government paying payments for healthcare, we got to look at better models here because the way we do it now is a disaster, right? It costs a lot. It delivers very little. We have the same problem with housing. We've got to make it easier for people to get the services that they want to get, easier for people to have the freedom to build where they choose and build what they choose. And when we're going to have a government program, we've got to look to what other countries have done to design them better, to be more efficient, more effective, so we get better results for everybody in this country.
Hold on, yikes. Guys, civil war is trending on Twitter. People weigh in on a comment made by an attendee at former Trump's campaign rally in Iowa during an interview with NBC on Saturday. Let's see what they said. Iowa rally remarks go viral. Can I see the fucking attendee? You see this? Okay, this is it. Let me see. Let's check it out. Civil war coming, apparently. Come on. Let me see.
Let's go now to Gary Grumbach at 3%. But of course, they're upset with the
Here it is. This is so weird. Let's check it out.
way the Republican Party is handling everything. Here's what one woman had to say.
I think the Republicans are about as weak as they possibly could be in Congress. You have maybe 6 that are worth their salt. Ted Cruz, Mike Lee, Rand Paul, and 2 or 3 others. The rest of them are just the same as the Democrats. They've been there too long. They're establishment. They don't care about the American people because...
Yeah, she's right. But why aren't communists reaching out to people like this? These are the communists. This is the rank and file of a communist party.
they're in their elite little tower.
True! I agree with her about that. That's true.
And so we're just sick of it, you know, and we're not gonna take it anymore. I see a civil war coming. I do. I see civil war coming.
Monkey S. Monkey W. Look, memes become reality. That's all I gotta say. There's a reason this is trending on Twitter, because a lot of people really do believe it. The sus prayer Mike Flynn gave? What prayer? Mike Flynn prayer. What prayer did he give? What? He's, yeah, for QAnoners.
There's a theme in the contention that I see here.
Ed Berg RT'd it? Okay, let me see. I'll go check it out. Let me go check it out. Look at Jackson's Instagram story. Oh my god, you guys are telling me to look at a billion different things. Just give me time. Okay, I'm gonna look at his story right now. Oh shit. What is this? This has nothing to... What does this have to do with anything? Damn, bro, I already told you guys. I told you guys Jackson pulls. I told you guys he does. What did I tell you? But what did Ed Berg retweet? I thought it was something related to this.
God, and I am the instrument of those.
What is this weird? What? What is this weird shit? Hold on, check this out. Michael Flynn did a weird sus prayer. The I Am Church Universal Triumphant cult leader Elizabeth Clare, okay, in 1984. So this is a cult. This woman's in a cult. This woman's actually in a cult. So this is a well-known cult. So check this out. This is really weird.
Mighty I am present. I am here, O God, and I am the instrument of those sevenfold rays and archangels.
We are your instrument of those sevenfold rays and all your archangels, all of them.
And I will not retreat. I will take my stand. I will not fear to speak, and I will be the instrument of God's will, whatever it is.
We will not retreat. We will not retreat. We will stand our ground. We will not fear to speak. We will be the instrument of your will, whatever it is.
Here I am, so help me God, in the name of Archangel Michael and his legions. I am freeborn, and I shall remain freeborn, and I shall not be enslaved by any foe within or without.
In your name, and the name of your legions, we are freeborn, and we shall remain freeborn, and we shall not be enslaved by any foe, within or without. So help me God. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you very much.
What the hell? He's in the I Am cult. He's in the cult. The hell? He's connected to them. What in God's fucking name is this? We'll investigate that another time, but that is just something else. That is very bizarre. That is very, very bizarre. I will say so myself. That is very bizarre and very mysterious. Very bizarre, very sus, very mysterious, very eyebrow raising. When are you going to debate more people? When more people challenge me. Nobody really challenges me to debates. When you have time, look up Clay Clark Tulsa. I don't know who that is. I used to work with him and I started a group with Michael Flynn, a lawyer. They go around America doing these cult things and speaking for gigs for tons of money. Yeah, that's super, super, super weird. Oh, what in God's name is happening? We have no idea. We have no idea what's going on in this world.
I think, or perhaps two, one of which I'd like to address first, which is the idea that the democratization of the workplace would conflict.
I think the next big debate that's coming is going to be with Stefan Molyneux. It's going to be like 2 weeks from now. Or 1 week from now, right? It's going to be next week. Do you hate theosophists? I don't hate them, but I find them sus.
With our dreams of progress.
But I don't like them. But I don't know if I hate them. I just find them satanic.
Because progress is important, you know? Not just in the capitalistic sense of infinite GDP growth or whatever, but as a concept, as a species. I do believe there's always a better society on the horizon. And there is an unfortunate tendency, even among progressives, to sometimes devolve into a sort of myopic worship of the way things used to be. I want to be clear. My dreamy small town America speech there, it's not about bringing back the way things used to be. Things are better now than they used to be in almost every measurable sense.
That's just not true.
I would struggle to find significant ways in which they are not.
That's not true.
There are elements of the past that we could have brought into the future that we didn't, either because we chose not.
JF versus the Serfs. Can I watch it on Twitch though?
Not to, or because the choice was made for us. With regards to the car thing, for example, I don't think that this was some malicious effort on the part of some demographic of American citizens to build out their own wealth. I think that in some ways we
Destiny did
traded civil society for dreams of a better and more progressive future. I see this in a lot of ways where we're unwilling to adhere to certain civilization building principles if it feels like there is an aesthetically more futuristic, but in practice much worse system. What I said earlier about the roads, from the Roman Empire until the 20th century, roads were a place where human beings walked. There were horse-drawn carriages, and even early on with cars, still humans walked. But then
humans locked? What did they? Oh, walked.
We were told to look both ways before crossing the road, an implicit suggestion that it's our responsibility not to get hit. I know what you're
I kind of agree with that, though. It is our responsibility not to get hit. The fuck?
thinking, with the cars. Of course, we need to be careful with roads. Cars nowadays, there are many, many times more. But even if you look towards Denmark or the Netherlands, their public transportation systems are light years ahead of ours.
We get it. You live in a cozy little city. And you want to be in your cozy little city. In Beverly Hills. And you shut the fuck up, dude. No one gives a shit. I'm a nomad. I don't care about your cozy little city and your cuck sidewalks.
Which are more socially efficient because it means fewer people have to spend money on cars. And
I'm going to get a Hummer H2.
Car maintenance, which costs the average American about $9,000 a year, a significant portion of a person's paycheck.
I'm going to get an H1.
A median income. It means that there's a gatekeep between accessibility to certain social services, depending on whether you're wealthy or poor. Poor people in cities who don't have cars here in America are shafted beyond belief. They might as well just go ahead and walk out and find some desolate field to lay down in. Some of these cities.
I think you're talking about like college students and shit, which I don't give a shit about. By the way, fuck college. Fuck college.
Cities are unlivable without a car, There are better systems. And the way towards those systems might not be some gigantic revolution. It might be a willingness to invest in them. You talked earlier about the golden goose, the ability to accrue tax revenue for social services. But here in the US, we've got a pretty dismal welfare state. So clearly private ownership isn't doing us any favors in that respect either. I think it's about a social willingness to sacrifice what feels like a little bit of personal freedom for the enhancement of everybody's, not just other people's, yourselves as well. In some infinitesimal way, all of us, when we pay our taxes, do contribute to systems that we benefit from minor regulatory ones that allow us to breathe the air and drink the water, to large sweeping ones like the United States military, which, while I can't say I'm a huge fan of, at the very least, its existence as a concept is something that the state...
He actually said it. Remember when I said Voss thinks the Iraq War was socialist? He actually mentioned it.
Relies on. So whether we're talking about public transportation, which is something which has myriad economic benefits we should be exploring as a nation, or democratic ownership of the means of production, let's look at it incrementally. What steps are we willing to make? If you're concerned about the externalities of these systems, then maybe try to redress banking's investment bias against cooperatives with a few government incentives, state by state even. It doesn't have to be federal. And as we'll see with time, and I believe this very firmly, if you work at a cooperative, you will be happier. There's a reason why self-ownership is such a dream in this country. It's great to be on top, but not everyone can be on top. By definition, we don't live on a single plateau. But we can build a system where everyone can share in the benefits of being on top.
I want to know how. How can you ensure that most co-ops will just be sustainable? Most businesses are not sustainable. In general, most businesses are not sustainable. 9 out of 10 fail. How are you going to ensure that co-ops are a success and they're a model for all society?
have a little bit of control in the places they live. Local government, local systems, local democracies funneling together into something larger.
You know what's funny is like he says this shit and it's like, okay, well, I'm a conservative. What if we conservatives want to make our own co-op and we want to conservatively decide to promote our conservative values in the co-op? And Bob's like, no, you can't do it. It's okay, because so you don't get to do what you want then, do you? You don't. Can you guys think about this? I want to know if Vosh agrees. Let's say you're in a co-op and everyone democratically decides to exclude people based on protected characteristics. Are they allowed to do that? It's democracy, right? Isn't that democratic? You guys want to know the goddamn truth? The goddamn truth. Let me tell y'all the goddamn truth. I gotta lay it down to you. If it wasn't for big corporations with no democratic oversight, there would probably have not been a huge desegregation in the Jim Crow South. Most of those small businesses were as racist as hell. And the only reason... I'm not even lying, by the way. Like, you know what I mean? That was a top-down thing. That came from the top down. Not the bottom up, came right from the top down. You understand? So you're going to have your co-op in this here whites only town. Yeah, very good. But in this co-op, since we're going to democratically decide, like the Democratic Party, yeah, we going to maintain the way things go around here. Yeah. Going to make it whites only co-op, and you ain't gonna do a damn thing about it, Vaush. What are you gonna do? You gonna force us? Oh, you gotta use big government, authoritarian. That's what I thought. We can't do whatever we want. Shut the fuck up, Vaush.
And if we do it well, we do it incrementally, we see it functions, maybe we can take it to the big stage.
So I think I appreciate some of Vosh's.
And to be clear, I'm not saying us hide with the corporations. I'm just trying to say. And that's why there still is a lot of racism. Because they actually never fixed racism. They just started to hide the racism superficially. You know what I'm saying? To be real, I'm more of like a Malcolm X guy where it's like, I didn't buy the fucking, they overcame racism. They didn't, okay? This top-down anti-racist shit they didn't eliminate racism. It just aggravated it and, swept it under the rug. But anywho, let's get back to the video.
There, and I disagree with other parts of it. For example, I agree that we have.
So let me get this goddamn straight. This here socialist, his name is Vaush. He gonna come down to my town and he's gonna try to boss me around and tell me what I gotta do socialistically. Y'all bring that socialism here, Vaush. You don't bring that here. We already was living under a socialist regime in the days of the President Obama, Barack Hussein. Then we got Trump in charge, and we was temporarily free again. And now we're living under communist tyranny. So I want to know, okay, so Vaush, you saying that communism ain't so bad after all, okay? So what are you saying? What communism? What are you talking about with communism? Vaush, well, I just mean you should be able to control your own businesses. Well, that sounds like a hella good idea. Why don't we start by eliminating these goddamn vaccine the mandates and these goddamn lockdowns. Let's get rid of the lockdowns, control our own businesses. Oh, no, that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. So you see, when I say control your own businesses, I basically mean do it while I am overseeing it to make sure that you basically conform to whatever the... You have to trust the science. You really just get the hell out of here, you goddamn socialist, goddamn piece of shit trying to convince me. Get the fuck out of here, you goddamn vouch. Meanwhile, let me show you how a CPUSA 2036 guy is going to go down. So you saying you a goddamn communist. I'm saying Joe Biden is a communist. We're living under communism right now. You want to bring your communist bullshit to my town? And this is what we'd say. Listen, brother, we know there's a big government. We know they're coming for your communities and your families. And they are out to get us. You know, Joe Biden, they got this. We are living in a communism and a socialism for the rich. They got a socialism for the rich. The whole system is rigged. People out in this small town aren't able to give a chance to thrive and pursue their businesses and be about their business. They're being choked by Amazon, all these corporations pushing this bullshit, stoking division and this culture war dumb shit on the fucking media without trying to fucking divide people according to their identities. And that's where they want to sweep in and institute their control. Bill Gates is buying up the farm. He said, hold down there, brother. I never heard a communist talk like that. Now we're on the same page. Okay. This whole communism thing sounds a little bit interesting. What is this communism? What does that even mean? Well, basically, communism means is that we want a government that works for the common good of the people, that serves the people and not the special interests. The common good of the people. We want to pursue the common good, the common prosperity, the common welfare. That's what it's about. It's about pursuing the common good. That's what communism means. We don't want the government to control everything. We just want our government to serve the people instead of serving the special interests, because we already have socialism for the rich. Yo, you know what, brother? I never thought of it that way. Hell, if all communists talk like you, I may as well be a communist myself. Take care, brother. All right, see you later, man. You just made a good impression on that guy. You understand? You just made a good impression on that guy if you approach it that way.
Actually, it's pretty sad, actually. The taxes that the average American pays are not as great as you might think.
Okay, now let me do an Antifa anarchist. I'm going to do an Antifa anarchist. This is too fun. So you saying you a socialist or you a communist, you want to bring that bullshit into my community. What the fuck do you want, you goddamn communist? Oh! You're a fascist! Okay, first of all, you're talking about... Okay, what do you think about land back for indigenous people? What the hell are you talking about? Basically, what it means is you're a settler and you're living on stolen land, and all of your land you have to give back to indigenous people, queer folk, trans people, black, indigenous, Muslim, disabled, and also fat people. That's a thing too now. That's another protected class now. Fat people. What the hell? My wife Bertha fat. She's only the scooter. We already got enough of that in my household. But what the hell are you talking about? So I gotta evacuate my land? Yes, it's stolen land. Man, what the hell you mean it's stolen land? Oh, that's just the way of things across history. What? You racist settler! This is why we have a labor aristocracy! Antifa attack! Man, what the hell going on? Get this guy out of my face. Get this dude out of my face. Get this guy out of here. All right, let's do Let's do Jason on Ruhe. Let's do Jason. Yo, this is too good. This is too good. Let's do Jason on Ruhe. Let's do Jason on Ruhe. Okay. Jason. Jason now talks to a worker. All right. First of all, you look goddamn. What the hell are you wearing? You look goddamn ridiculous. Hold on. Let me get the clip. There's actually something I forgot to show you guys. Let me get the clip. Yeah, here it is. All right, let me get the clip. All right. So Jason on Ruhe. First of all, what the hell are you wearing? Man, what is it? This is a video. What are you doing? Some LARP? I'm not LARPing. LARPing ain't bad. What are you doing? Is a Civil War reenactment? And this is Jason. Jason POV.
Caleb Maupin, you are a liar and a scumbag. I saw what you posted earlier.
This is what Jason would say. You are living on stolen land. America is a imperialist, white supremacist, first worldism, settler chauvinistic country. America must be destroyed. I don't care if I have to ally with Al-Qaeda or ISIS. It doesn't matter. What the hell? ISIS? Ain't those them bad guys cutting people's heads off and shit, right? I mean, what are you talking about? Listen, America must be destroyed. And what do you mean destroy America? What does that even mean? What are you talking about? You are a settler. You are a settler. You are a settler. And we need to take up arms just like this. Man, what the hell? That an AK-47? No, it's just an airsoft gun. I'm going to call my brother, Billy Bob Thornton and Billy Jean. Get on over. He got a gun. And he's talking about ISIS. And he got an AK-47. Yo, come on over here and deal with this guy. You are a liar and a fraud.
Not so much less than you might think say the Nordics or the Europeans generally pay to get better social services. I was trying to say...
Do Hassan. Okay, this is the last one, Hassan. Well, if it isn't Hassan Pecker, you coming in here trying to sell your socialism, well, let's see if you can convince a working class man like me to be a socialist. Let's hear what you got to say. All right, I'm basically just trying to say, first of all, socialism would make your life so much better. The government would give you free shit, and it'd be so much better. Man, you can talk about the big rock candy mountain. I just don't buy it. I don't buy the government just going to give me a bunch of free shit. Because you know what? I know very well as a working class man that in life ain't nothing free. Oh my God, you are literally stupid. You are a chud. You are a hog. You are literally, for the 13th time, you are a chud-brained caveman idiot. Okay? If you look at the data and trust the science, you will understand what I'm trying to say. Man, look at what? You getting mad. Look at him. Hassan Picker mad. He mad. I'm not mad, okay? I'm not mad. Why would you do this? It's in your own interest. Man, I'm not buying it. You talking about AOC and the fraud squad? And all them people out in Washington ain't done nothing for my community. I never heard of it here. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar. I know what's better for the working class than you do, okay? I am the working class. I can buy any working class member here. Therefore, I am the working class. And another thing, one of the things you're not taking into consideration is how much workers' cooperatives own the surplus value from the means of production. Why don't you read a book? Read Capital. They are trying to stifle our resistance. Like, the Kardashians are lying to you. Man, you talking about the Kardashians. I don't even know what the hell that is. And you talking to me raising your voice talking all this shit. I ain't got nothing to do with it. You get on out of my town, Hassan Picker. Better luck next time, because you just failed. Oh my God! This is literally why you can't reason with conservatives. They are just so stupid. Alright, I'm not going to do any more. That was the last skit. I literally lost all my energy doing these skits.
Earlier, one of the biggest problems we have in the United States is, especially when you consider federal, state, and local taxes, all of that in the aggregate, you compare that to some of these other countries, they do have a higher percentage of taxes overall. But again, it's not so much higher than you might think, given the extra services that they seem to get. And a big problem that we have in the United States is that we have designed a lot of these programs in a patchwork fashion. It's inefficient. It is often means tested, which means that a new...
I can't do D because he's banned. It'd be like I'm promoting his band. Don't talk about the banned guy, guys. That person is banned. Remember, we can't talk about them. Since, if someone's banned, they don't exist anymore. Thank you, Class 232. Appreciate you. I don't know what that is, dude. What's your opinion on... I'm not even going to say it, because it might be a bad word. I don't know what it is, but...
set up for the purposes of determining that only the right people get the money. That ends up being a big cost.
Ben Shapiro. This will be Ben Shapiro. Fine, I'll do Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro. All right. Alrighty, short boy. What you got to say to me? What do you want from me? I am basically trying to say that socialism is trying to take away our rights and our government, and it basically it doesn't work. Socialism is a complete disaster. It doesn't even work. It's been failed every time it's tried. Yeah, I heard that too. That's what I heard as well from my cousin Billy Bob Randall Bob. He told me the same thing. So, what I'm saying, I understand what you're talking about, Ben. This socialism overreach too much. And it's completely ridiculous, and the liberals and the leftists are just out of control. Yeah, I agree. They sounded a bit crazy. Every time I'm hearing shit on the news, they sound crazy as hell. They sound like they're out of their goddamn mind. And another thing too, this is exactly why we need to increase military funding to go to war with Syria. We need to go to war with all these other countries, and we need more and more war, and we need to be all over the world and be everyone's business. Just go to war. Wait. What's that? Wait. Hold on right there. I don't know, last time the war, my grandpa fought in the Civil War, and, that's a war I heard of, but, I don't know why we got to be in wars in Bochikistan and Chobanistan and, Pizzastan and Spaghettiostan and, Iraqistan and Iranistan and, all these different countries and, Budachikistan. And I don't know why we got to be going all around the world to all these different countries. We ain't none of our business. We ought to be the world police. This is extremely dangerous rhetoric. It's coming from the left. It's a completely Nazi fascist argument. And hold on right there. You talking about Nazis? My dad fought in World War II. He was fighting against the Nazis. Why you calling me a Nazi, man? Because, listen, we need to go to war at all costs for foreign countries, have nothing to do with us, and it's really important. I don't know about that, Ben. You lost me there, Ben. You really lost me.
It ends up being an imposition on people's privacy, all the rest of it. And while society might have a reasonable claim to, want to ensure that tax money goes to the right people, the end result is that less money and then more taxes are collected for less benefit for society as a whole. So that's one thing I would say is why I would agree that we don't have the kind of welfare state.
Y'all ever heard of it? They caught that Osama Saddam bin Laden? Saddam bin Laden. Hussein bin Laden. The one that Al-Qaeda. Yeah, get that guy from Al-Qaeda. You ever get that guy? Saddam Al-Qaeda Barack Hussein Bin Laden?
I would like to have. I think that's mostly not because the unwillingness of Americans to pay for it. I think the problem is that the systems that we have set up are just fundamentally of a patchwork nature. And if we had more universal systems, simpler to understand, something a little more like maybe what Milton Friedman advocated, I wouldn't go so slim as he did, but thinking very seriously about payments in cash instead of payments in or provision of services. Payments in cash, so you can go out in the market and get what it is you like in a hopefully competitive market. He wanted, I believe, a negative income tax that would have been, I was thinking about Andrew Yang's basic income. I'm not a fan of Andrew Yang anymore. The negative income tax, so the idea of being able to have a certain amount of money sort of guaranteed.
What the hell is an Al-Qaeda?
It was a high number. I don't think you do that for everything, but that's one example.
I feel so sad, dude. The amount of Americans who were manipulated after 9/11 is just tragic. Americans didn't even know what Iraq was. We're under attack! I don't know, man. They're attacking us. It's fucked up, man. I can't believe I'm laughing about this. That's how easy it is to manipulate people, though, you know? Probably remember the Gulf War, yeah. True. Yeah, Saddam Hussein. He's a bad guy. I don't know what the hell we're doing there, but I guess we're there to stop Saddam Hussein.
Of how we could provide better services more affordably, more efficiently to people without having to think about how we're going to, send taxes through the roof in the process and give people more meaningful freedom in the process of how they use those benefits. So that's one thing. Another point is I think we have to recognize the problems that we have in society. I don't think American competitive enterprise is generally speaking the problem. Well, I can't.
Am I allowed to make fun of Americans since I'm American, or is it like condescending when I do it? 'Cause I don't know. I want to do more like. Oh no, coronavirus! Get the toilet paper! Yay! Linda, go to Walmart, get all the toilet paper. Get them all that toilet paper. First thing we gotta do. Oh no, it's a pandemic. Get the toilet paper. Get the toilet paper. Oh shit, I just turned on CNN. They're talking about murder hornets. Murder hornets. Murder hornets. I heard them on the news. Get the toilet paper. Get the toilet paper. What was that cartoon? Murder hornets. The guy's just grabbing all this shit from the store. Yeah, get the toilet paper. Please do an Alex Jones imitation. Nah.
Speak to the sentiment that Vosh mentioned with respect to employees feeling.
Alex Jones, okay. I don't know. He's like, under attack! You goddamn little shit!
Just generally more satisfied and happier. I didn't really see a lot.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the freaking frogs gay.
Of that, I can say that I think that's something I could totally understand. But what I'm more, I think that the problem to me with a lot of socialist solutions is that they seem to be about how do we change the means of production, and then those benefits kind of wash across society as a whole. And I don't think the lessons of history.
How do you think Vosh would fare in a rural working class community trying to convince them of socialism? Well, I personally think that the best thing we can do to promote socialist values is open borders. I really am on board with that slogan.
Really support that kind of analysis. I think the best way to go is to have a capitalist economy that is as efficient and powerful as possible, and then we tax that capitalist economy as necessary to pay for social programs for the purpose of ensuring that we've got a society that people feel like they've got a stake in, that they feel like they can depend upon, so that we avoid the kind of abject hopelessness that a lot of people, rightly or wrongly,
What do you think about the debate so far? I think Bastiat wins so far.
may feel in our modern society.
Did I think Class 232 for the subs? Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you a lot.
That's one point that I'd make there. Beyond that, I certainly agree with incrementalism. I mean, that's kind of the whole neoliberal way. But I think it's important to recognize, too, the nature of the problems that we have in the United States. I don't think they're really focused so much on business. I think the biggest problems we have in the United States, again, are housing, healthcare, and education, and those are the result of bad...
Housing, healthcare, and education. I would add infrastructure to that. But other than that, I kind of agree. Those are the main ones. But I would add infrastructure.
Policies, not really the failure of, say, the capitalist system, more like the failure of Americans to live up to their own capitalist principles, trying to protect their home values, for example, against their neighbors, with no real moral justifiable claim on doing so, in the process making it more expensive for everybody else in society to live, making it harder for young people to buy homes, all for the purpose of basically protecting the land values of existing people. And folks, if you've never been to a rezoning hearing, oh my God, that is the most racially repulsive experience I've ever had, in the sense of hearing people get up there and say, I don't want those people in my neighborhood in front of the people in their neighborhood. So that's another thing I'd say, is I'm oftentimes very skeptical of the idea that democracy is always the solution, and that more of it is always an unparalleled good.
So I don't agree with him about this, but he raises a point that Vosh can't respond to. Like, he raises a point that's not easy to respond to. How do you deal with it? If it's all democracy, how do you deal with that issue?
Democracy is an important thing with respect to government, because with government, hey, you don't have a choice, right? It's real damn hard, unfortunately, to leave not only your own town, your own state, but your own country in particular. And so we need democracy for a variety of reasons, but for one important reason, because it's just so hard to governments have a lot.
How would you respond to it? I think the issue needs to be addressed on its own terms. Like, for example, I do believe in democracy in a sense, right? But not in the Vosh sense, like in terms of just voting, but this is like believing in the people, right? So to me, I think communities should be respected. If there's racist laws in those communities, they should be opposed. But how you go about opposing them, I don't think it can work. You just do it from the top down, right? You have to... I think the best thing when it comes to like the racism issue is, I think marginalized ethnicities and races need to be respected and be given, or be respected in the pursuit of taking land and space for their own cultivation of their own their own self-determination. And then if they can have self-determination, different communities can interact with each other while having their own like basis to rest upon, right? I think that's really the issue here. How would you do that other than top down? Well, you don't have to take the land away from the racist working class people. You can just... You don't like. There's enough land to go around, right? You can let them stay where they are and let them stay in their communities with the zoning that they're trying to, whatever the fuck they're doing, and then, or maybe get rid of the zoning laws. But you need to address this issue of community. You can't just have this chaos of the market. We need a government for the people that has the minimum expectation that the American people have a place to live, they have a community, they have families, and they have some measure of security. I think those are things government needs to be able to secure.
A lot of power.
I think a lot of these residents are afraid of the land value going up or down, and they want to put all these restrictions, not to fend off like other races or ethnicities per se, but more so because if it's purely based on the free market, then their communities will be destroyed. In the sense of like, corporations will dominate the landscape. The land will not be used for living, but for making money. It'll be like corporatized, and students and young people and hipsters will come and move in. Students will come and move in, and like the nature of where you live will just change. It's not just about, or even primarily about, race, I don't think. I think it's just a general problem, right? And I think that's literally happening right now. I know it is, but one of the ways in which these homeowners are trying to resist that is through regulations that like prevent the land being used for certain things, right? And like the zoning and shit that he's talking about.
Over you, and you are very much stuck with the government you got. When it comes to companies, it's a little easier to move around, and we should make it easier to move around with more of the kind of universal benefits that I mentioned earlier, instead of the problems right now where we tie people to their jobs with healthcare and with making housing very expensive. So there are a lot of things we need to do, but I don't think it's about the productive side of the economy. I think it's more about the distributive side and the regulatory side.
Before Vosh responds, I'll let the beginning of your response be able to respond to that, but I want to propose this because I want this to be sure to be covered in this debate. Why is it that your model, in comparison to the other, is better when it comes to preservation of certain civil liberties, like freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom to protest, and definitely in the age where people are having such a intensive debate about tech censorship, for example? I'll let the beginning of your response be about what he just said, but I want to make sure we cover that since we have 60 minutes left.
Of course. I can tackle those both, I think. Tempted as I am to talk about the ways in which I think a cooperative system universally would still be able to pay for the necessary welfare costs of a modern society, I think I might be putting the cart before the horse here, because I have a feeling that many of the people in the audience wouldn't agree with me that welfare is something we should be investing in anyway. So I'd like to take a step back, if I may, and address what I think might be the more fundamental problem here, which is, again, liberty. With regards to liberty, the problem that I have with American libertarianism, as it's traditionally expressed, is that liberty is gatekept behind wealth. In this country, you are not free to do what you want unless you have wealth. You are free from many things, certainly. That old adage, what is it? It is equally unlawful for both the wealthy man and the poor man to sleep beneath the bridge. When laws are built in such a way as to discourage behaviors more likely to be engaged in by the working class, these are not laws which are fundamentally encouraging healthy guidelines to what a good society is. What we're really doing is socially determining the
This is a philosophically bankrupt position, by the way.
corral, the barbed wire around where it is and is not comfortable to be. Now, most people in this country can't afford a small emergency. So I don't think most people in this country are able to really experience the incredible social and technological benefits of living in the 21st century. Now, I can, and I know a lot of people in this audience can, but I know there are a lot of folks who can't, who nonetheless advocate for certain positions because they believe that the freedom of the wealthy is the freedom of all. And to that, I would say, to me, this is nothing more than a contemporary defense of the aristocracy. Back in feudal Europe, to be a lord or a lady, I suppose, what you really, at the fundamental level, needed to do was have a large army and conquer a given bit of land, and you just asserted your will.
Here, I'm going to explain to you the difference between me and Vosh really quick. Vosh is saying that to preserve American democracy, you need to have bigger government that intervenes in the economy and equalizes everyone, right? Economically or whatever, right? What I'm saying is that I'm actually the real libertarian, because what I'm saying is that we don't need more formal democracy. We have enough formal democracy. Our Constitution and our republic and our Constitution is enough. The only reason we need a communist party is to curb back the corrupt deep state and the corporate socialism. That's the difference between us. I'm not trying to add all this shit. I want to make the proletarian dictatorship work to curb these monopolies and oligarchies so that we can have a government by, of, and for the people. That's the difference between me and Vosh. Vosh is the opposite, and he wants to extend the corporate socialist state and he wants to lie to people about its nature.
The local population in a manner which is not at all corporate in the sense that it was directly and governmentally authoritarian.
Like he's trying to extend liberalism way beyond its bounds. I am not trying to extend liberalism or democracy. We have enough of it, okay? It's perfectly fine. It's enough. We don't need to extend it and force people to be free. Force people to be truly free.
Sure, but it was a freedom, wasn't it? After all, we're not directly talking about violence against common people.
We have enough democracy and enough liberal freedom, whatever. We have enough of that. The issue is we have too much corporate socialism. So I agree with libertarians in that regard. I just disagree with them about how to tackle it.
We're talking about higher level political conflict, and then as a result of it, an aristocrat has the opportunity now to control the land around them. And if you work there, that's you working for your rent, essentially. That's a type of freedom we decided was harmful to the freedom of others. The freedom of the few aristocrats was not more important than the freedom of the many, many, many serfs.
This is actually not true. Aristocrats were a politically recognized class. There was no formal equality. If you have formal equality, there's no more aristocracy, period. It's like it's as simple as that. If you have formal equality, you don't have an aristocracy anymore. Aristocracies existed because there was no formal equality. Did you see the meme that mentions you? Let me see. I probably can't show it because TOS. I mean because of he's banned. Which one? What table are you picking? Am I even on the table? I'm not even on this. Oh, I am on the table. Why am I at the worst fucking table? What the fuck is this, man? I'm at the worst table. This table sucks.
Some people.
Here's what I wanted to show you.
You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior.
I think this is hyperbolic, and to an extent it is, but I think that it's a similar logic. We should be promoting freedoms which are truly universal, absolutely and utterly without any requirements, because that's what freedom is.
How is that even possible? What? How is freedom unconditional? There's no such thing as unconditional freedom.
Freedom can't be conditional, because when freedom becomes conditional, you're only enforcing a class system. A class.
No, it can also be objectively conditional, you fucking idiot. Just because it's not legislatively conditional doesn't mean it's not going to be objectively conditional. You not understand that?
System, in the modern sense, perhaps, may be more defensible than that of the feudal Europe, or...
So unless we live on the Big Rock Candy Mountain, we're being oppressed. And our freedom is being deliberately restricted. What a weird thing to say.
In times past, or the old Indian caste system, or whatever the Romans did, if one wanted to look that up. But
What? Wait, I thought Vosh knew about the... I thought he knew about history a little bit. Does he not know about the Roman class society? He doesn't know about the freemen and slaves and the citizens. He doesn't know about the plebeians and the patricians and the landowning system they had. What is it called? The whatever the fuck it's called. He didn't know about those things? I mean, it's kind of like basic knowledge. Even like a 15-year-old knows about that. I knew about that when I was 16, 15, 16.
Is nonetheless a caste system. So let's look to systems that are truly universalized.
No, it's not a caste system. It doesn't become a caste system until it becomes formalized as a caste system. You could say we're getting close to one, but we're not there yet. At the end of the day, Jeff Bezos is a citizen and I'm a citizen. That's how it is, right? We're not at a caste system yet until we start politically recognizing class distinctions.
Not just in who gets their money, but also in who has say over what is done with it.
This guy would get like wiped the floor with a real libertarian.
And when it comes to democratically run corporations, not only do you accrue the many benefits I spoke of earlier.
This guy sucks.
Higher happiness, lower turnover, greater capital investment, higher rate of return because of lower chance of being closed. And those are good benefits.
You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior.
By the way, you also get a common understanding. This society that I live in is mine. Every brick, every tile, every window, every roof tile, everything in it is mine and everyone else's. I have a direct investment in the well-being of myself and my neighbor, because when you believe that and your neighbor believes that, both of you are better off. It's the social contract. And
no, it's not the social contract at all. You are literally a stupid person, Bosch. You're just a stupid guy who decided to wear a suit and go on in public. People take you seriously. A social contract would be more like the government gives you land, and this mutual understanding is what is the foundation of the government's order. That would be like an informal social contract. Social contract doesn't mean this vague shit about, oh, I own everything. I own the mountains and the valleys, and I own all the bricks on the buildings. That's just like a weird, that's so fucking stupid, dude.
While competitiveness is a valuable part, not just of the human spirit, but also of modern economies, it can at times lead us to believe that conditional benefits are the same thing as universal liberation. So I reject that. And I would hope that many people in the audience...
What?
So I'm sure would disagree with me a little.
What are these waffling words about universal liberation and conditional benefit supposed to even fucking mean? What is that even supposed to fucking mean? You know what I mean? Like, what is that even supposed to refer to? He's just waffling his words and talking nonsense about nothing. Liberation. Liberation.
A lot of
ladies
stuff.
and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, liberation.
Agree.
I rest my case.
That a truly...
Are you interested in Far Cry 6? No. The only fucking reason why anyone is interested in Far Cry 6, and I'm going to let you in on a hint, because they're getting paid in a fucking ad sponsorship. I didn't get offered a sponsorship, so I'm not going to do it.
Fair libertarian society would be one where the benefits of all are ensured by the incentive structures and systems that we've built. Not just a small privileged few, because if you run down that road, I mean, eventually, and you've seen corporate towns, I'm sure historically, eventually you just get back to feudalism. I think everything gets back to feudalism with enough, time and free non-intervention engagement outside of some kind of broader power structure. You create a...
Is that why feudalism only refers to like a specific era of history. You fucking dumbass.
Power vacuum outside of any intervention. So that's my opinion on that.
What is he saying? And if there's enough of a power vacuum, you get feudalism naturally. This is like a dumb guy's idea of something that sounds smart.
Happy to address the point you mentioned earlier as well.
The natural state is feudalism, guys. And we will tend toward feudalism if we don't stop our feudal ways from manifesting themselves and expressing themselves. It all goes back to feudalism.
I have to say I appreciate Bosch's discussion of private, or rather a discussion of the feeling of public property, because I have to say that just does not seem to be the way I think most people think about public property, except in the occasional idealistic type of sense. You know, for everybody in society to own something is for nobody to own it. It's for the state to own it. It's for the people who are legally able to exercise power over that thing to own it. So I reject the idea that something that is socially owned is something you feel like you very much have a stake in. I feel like I have a stake, for example, when I drive past a military.
The biggest myth is that feudalism was a system, and it was not a system. It wasn't some like rationally planned, you know, public system of some kind. It was just a series of contingencies that is later called feudalism.
Base, or when I drive past a public school, but at the end of the day, in terms of the authority I have over that property, it is very little to none. And I think it is important to recognize that, while democracy is important, the democracy does not automatically really change that.
The guys that were on Zerka's panel before the Anna shit are talking shit. Who? Who are you talking about? Who's talking shit? Name them. Who the fuck is talking shit about me? Isn't that true of every historical phenomena? It's even true for socialism, dude. Aggie? Who the fuck is Aggie? Can you DM it to me on Twitch? What you're talking about? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. What are they talking shit about? They have a video of me? Hold on. Lincoln DM. DM it to me on Twitch. DM it to me. On Twitch. Yo, DM me. On Twitch. Just whisper it. Are you DMing my Twitter? Okay, you sending me this? What? Dude, no. Nobody's talking shit about me, though. What are you talking about? It has nothing to do with me.
That reality, right? You still have to go through the laborious process, and it is a worthwhile process. I would say it is a noble process. But nevertheless, the process of exercising your will, convincing other people to get to your side, and then you can exercise change as you see fit, but certainly never alone, always with others. That's not a bad thing. That's how democracy works.
Give me a sec.
But I don't
I'm gonna
think
wash my hands. Give me a sec. Okay.
I think it's important not to overestimate the very real difference between public property and private property. Private property is a meaningful thing because, when you can acquire it, it means that you have the ability to exercise authority over that property. Not unlimited, of course, but certainly much greater than you would over, say, a form of public property that you have no ownership right in. So that's one point I'd say. Another point I would say is I reject the idea, despite all the problems that I've highlighted here, that our system does not still, perhaps more than ever in some ways, materially benefit most people in this country. The middle class. I saw this recently, actually, in a chart from a great guy by the name of Scott Lincecum, who works at the Cato Institute, where he showed that the middle class has shrunk. And also the lower class has shrunk because there are more people who are wealthy in the United States than there have been really ever before. Now, it's not an appreciably great difference, but there have been increases in wealth in this country in the past, say, 20 years. We've had some serious economic crises, unfortunately, and we're still arguably in the midst of one. But it is worth taking the long view sometimes, too, and recognizing that in this country, we've had not just a great amount of wealth accumulation, but a great amount of opportunity for a lot of people. And I mean, you can see it in the miracles in our friggin' pockets here, the kind of, incredible technology that provides all kinds of wonderful new jobs and opportunities. It's important not to lose sight of that stuff, folks, because when you do, you look at some of the societies that have given that kind of thing up in the past, and I think it's easy to forget just kind of how much we have in this country and maybe take it for granted. But it is also very important, and this would also, I think, go out to a lot of libertarians here, not to say, well, you see, you have the opportunity to make it just as well as I did, and therefore, I'll just kind of sit there and stew in a principled starvation if you're not doing so well. No. You cannot argue people into suffering based on principles alone. And I really do believe that. You've got to give people some material basis for hope in a better future, some material basis for a sense of security, and a feeling that, if I try for a better life, I try something.
I agree with this, but what does that mean concretely is the issue?
Different, I'm not going to necessarily end up completely destitute and hopeless. It is important to account for that, because when that happens, and when it is not accounted for, it becomes a core of populist movements that we are seeing more vicious than ever in this country. And those kinds of movements are based often on false narratives, but there is always a core of genuine suffering in those narratives. And I think it is important that we recognize that the state has an important role to play to relieve what Milton Friedman called, justly, acute distress and misery. The state's got to alleviate that so that the rest of the competitive order that delivers all these benefits I've been talking about at length here has the room.
Look at this soy viewer. Commies suck. Commies suck.
To work, and people feel like they've got a chance, got a stake in it, feel that the whole business of private property is something that they can be a part of too. Because if it's not, well, then you're in real trouble. So I think in that sense, I believe that capitalism preserves, or rather, liberal capitalism, liberal democracy. All of these things preserve not just the individual freedom that I talk about by respecting private property, respecting individual rights, but because they promote effective welfare states that I've talked about, for example, in Europe, those states add to people's positive liberties and, I would argue, reinforce the security of some of those negative liberties. Because while we give something up when we pay our taxes, when we pay for the aircraft carriers that I hope, as we speak, are making plans to defend our allies in Taiwan, or who should be our allies.
This is where you lose. You lose it all. Did you guys hear the fart?
we nevertheless recognize that's an imposition on our freedom, right? But it is an important imposition to make in defense of a free world writ large.
Yep. Okay. So we have 3 minutes left. So you're both going to have 1 minute outros. And afterwards, shout ourselves out. We'll wrap it up. Thank you both for being extremely civil. And I had to do nothing today. So I appreciate it.
Happy to make you irrelevant. There's a concept in philosophy called the veil of ignorance, where you measure, among other things, the worth of a society based on your average prospects if you were to enter as a member without knowing who you would become. It must be remembered that to the average American, while private property ownership is a delightful thing, to many of them, to most of them, this is not theirs, it's somebody else's. Their house, they rent. Their business, not theirs, that's controlled by somebody else. That lawn, that street, that city. Owning things is great when you're the one who owns them. But to the common welfare, the vast majority of people, just by mathematical certainty, do not. All the world belonged to everyone before we divvied it up and set property lines in place. And
what? Thank you, Darg. That's not true. What is he even saying? I'm pretty sure tribes still fought with each other. Like, they still demonstrably fought with each other. You know? Maybe some of them were peaceful, or I don't know the whole story. It's difficult to tell. Like, earliest recorded war is the battle in Egypt. Earliest recorded violence. A healed fractured in an ancient skull. Violence between humans. Angels suffered blunt force trauma on the right temple. Possibly from getting hit with a projectile. You guys know wars didn't always exist? I think they only existed for the past, like, 10,000 years, right? Age of Man. Like, the earliest recorded conflicts are only, like, 10,000 years ago. Hold on. Prehistoric carnage site. How old? 9,500 to 10,500 years ago. That's the beginning of recorded history. Well, no, I'm talking about archaeological evidence. Like, not recorded evidence, but archaeological. Like, they're finding skeletons with, like, weapons and shit.
And that might be a dreamy hippie notion, but in a way, when free...
Willing to be war has always been around between tribes and families. That's easy to believe. Like, it's very convincing to believe, but I don't know if it's actually true. I don't know if that's actually true, because we don't find a lot of evidence of 12,000 BC, about the time as Greeks were besieging Troy. 1200. 4,000 Bronze Age warriors waged a brutal struggle. That was in Europe. There was an older one too in Egypt. But the Neolithic, I think the idea is that war started to become commonplace with the arrival of private property in the Neolithic era. Battle of... Yeah, the one in Egypt, yeah. Neanderthal men would have fought against Homo sapiens in the Middle East. Yeah, but there's no evidence of it. There's just no evidence of it. chimps do war. Yeah, but we're not chimps. Intertribal conflicts of prehistory, I don't think would rise to the level of war, but the more tribes consolidated. There isn't a lot of evidence. That's all I can say. There's not a lot of evidence actually for war before the Neolithic. It may have happened, it may have not. I don't know, but you'd think there'd be more evidence for it, and there's just not. Now, does that mean people were peaceful? I don't know. I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. Struggled for life with the outgroup. Yeah, I don't know what that means. We're not chimps. I recall when you were chimping the fuck out. Then go watch a nice streamer who I'm gonna give you 5 days to go watch on Twitch. Go watch streamers who are calm people, and you can go to sleep watching them, because you're in the wrong place then. But I'll give you 5 days. First war was Sumerian. Look, I don't know. I think wars started to be clear around the time of the Neolithic. That's all I can say. I don't know if they always existed.
Land is taken.
20
and
seconds.
The government takes it and they divvy it up and give it off to corporate interests. Something fundamentally there is lost.
We don't know what was going on. Like, we have no fucking idea what happened, guys. What if the Earth is only 10,000 years old? We don't fucking know. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's probably not, but that's how much we just don't really know anything about this, like how human beings were like in the hundreds of thousands of years ago. We don't know anything about how humans were like. We have no fucking idea whatsoever. We don't even know if they were hunter-gatherers this whole time. We literally don't. No, we fucking don't know. We don't. The archaeological evidence that we can get from that time period is not very... It's not very rich. Yes, we do, damn it. We don't. With what evidence, you fucking idiot? We don't know anything. You don't know anything about how humans were like 100,000 years ago. You don't. The people have guessed and they've extrapolated that we lived like the current tribes do, but we don't even know that. Guys, all I can say is this. All I can fucking say is this. If we lived as hunter-gatherers for like 1,000,000 years, all I can say is that's pretty terrifying. And also, yeah, that's pretty terrifying. It's really terrifying to think about this idea that we lived the same way. We lived the same fucking way for like 1,000,000 years. That's just fucking terrifying. I'm sorry, that's like extremely terrifying. For 1,000,000 years, we lived the exact same way. And then let me explain to you the scale of how like scary this is, right? This is what our current like knowledge is telling us, right? About history. That we lived literally the same way for like 1,000,000 years, and then suddenly, exponentially, we just went up. What the fuck happened, dude? What the fuck happened? Like here, I want to put this in perspective for you guys. Like here would be like the Neolithic, right? How the fuck did this happen? If there was a high-tech civilization, they would have been smart enough for us to discover evidence of existence. Why? What if they wanted to hide themselves from us? 300k years for anatomically modern humans. I don't. By the way, the distinction between anatomically modern and archaic human is arbitrary, and it's still debated. It's an arbitrary distinction. But this is weird, okay? Like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. This doesn't make any fucking sense. And you know what? This is not even accurate. It's more like this. So if this is a million years, then this is going to be the last 10,000. It's literally just like this. It's literally like this. Hold on. Like this. And then it's a line. And this is how much time is occupied by this. Like this, pretty much. You can't even fucking measure it. It's like a little blip. This is all the time period that passed where everything happened. Isn't that fucking crazy? What the fuck happened? Doesn't the agricultural revolution explain this? No, it doesn't. That's just the thing, is it doesn't. Why did the agricultural revolution just happen? It just randomly happened at the tail end 10,000 years ago? That's really mysterious. Due to the expansion of the prefrontal cortex. Nope, that cannot account for the last 10,000 years. That wouldn't have taken... That's a fraction of the so-called anatomically modern humans. Last ice age ended and large-scale agriculture was possible. Nope, doesn't make sense. So there wasn't any ice ages or fluctuations in the climate that permitted the existence of agriculture for 1 million years? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Language? Language! There's no reason to think language started to exist 10,000 years ago only. Okay? Key is large scale. Still, it doesn't explain. I know it has something to do with the last ice age, but it still doesn't make... That's like a short-term explanation, not a long-term one. Our dorsolateral frontal cortex became able to create the ability to create order out of a series of items, or cognitive concepts, and abstract rules. In the last 10,000 years, that just happened? No! We were probably competing with other species of hominids. No, there's no evidence of that. Do we actually know it was actually a flat line? We don't! We don't know anything! But that's just what we think right now. That's what like the best models are saying. Yeah, humans have been planting and eating seasonal plants at popular hunting spots thousands of years, tens of thousands of years actually. There's evidence of horticulture and like that, what you're talking about, tens of thousands of years before the agricultural revolution. What was the population density in the past? No, that's still a cope. Nothing really explains why the fuck everything just started to explode in the last 10,000 years. But all I'm trying to say, no, the prefrontal cortex started to evolve from millions of years ago, but in the past 10,000 years, we started to create a culture which allowed us to learn and teach each other new technologies without trial and error. It's not the past 10,000, it's the past 300,000. And the past million. That's just an arbitrary number. No, it is not 100,000 years. 100,000 years is for Cro-Magnon. Whatever that guy's name, Cro-Magnon, they found in Europe. 300,000 for anatomically modern humans, and millions for humans, okay, that they call archaic humans, which is really arbitrary. There's no reason to think Neanderthals were a completely different species. It's an arbitrary distinction. Guys, it's not like I'm ignorant about this. Like, I know things about this, okay? Instead of coping like how you guys are coping, like a bunch of coping bitches, because you guys just sound like a bunch of coping bitches right now. Why don't you fucking just accept the fact that this should teach us something about infinity? We should learn something about infinity. You know what that means? This idea that we tend to have of, nothing, of just progress and linear progress. You need to really have a grasp of infinity. That there is a possibility of human society simply did not change. And it didn't change. It just stayed the same. Forever. And it was just stuck in this mental labyrinth forever. You know how I relate to this is that I've personally been into mental states of mind. Okay? Everyone shut the fuck up and listen to me right now. You really need to hear this shit. We can put ourselves in mental states that will last the rest of our fucking lives. You'll never get out. You will be stuck in a labyrinth of your own mind. And you will never get out of that labyrinth. And you will fucking live till 80 years old in that labyrinth. And like this, you get out of it. Like this, you can get out of it. It's like this to get out of something that you could spend your whole fucking life doing. You can spend your whole life isolating yourself from society. And like this, you can reverse it. But if you don't, you'll be there forever. You can spend your time in limbo forever. You can spend your time in limbo forever. You can spend your time addicted to crack forever. You can spend your time addicted to drugs forever. These things don't just end. They can last forever. These things can last forever. The hunter-gatherer society can last forever. It can last forever. That's the lesson we should draw from this. It should teach us something about infinity. Because we have a bias. We have this idea, right? That nothing is infinite. It just has to end eventually. It can last thousands and thousands and thousands of years forever. Millions of years, 100,000s of years, and it's not going to just change by itself. Remember what Lenin said? Lenin said, if we don't seize this opportunity, socialism will come in 500 years. We'll never get this chance again.
Common will, an inheritance, and I think that we can take it back. Whether you believe in revolution, reform, welfare or not, we should all here believe in freedom, and however we achieve that, we should be deliberate and universal in how we do so. Bastian?
I would thank you, Dylan, and thank you, Bosch. I really enjoyed this. I would only say one that I would reject the idea that Bosch posited of saying that most people do not. I mean, homeownership rates, for example, in the United States, I think show otherwise. Private property is something that's widespread and enjoyed on a wide basis in this country.
That's true. Most Americans want their own home. That's a fact. And they want their own lawn and their own backyard.
One of the problems that we have, though, is that, for example, in place of a social welfare system, we have a system of easy access to credit, which is how a lot of Americans meet basic needs, but of course, which has some disadvantages, you might argue, I think very reasonably, over greater access.
Yeah, it's called the American dream. And now in China, they have something called the Chinese dream. There's nothing wrong with having a dream. The American dream. You know the American dream is socialist, right?
To some of the programs I described, healthcare, a Friedman-esque basic income, things like that. So I would say this. I believe that liberal capitalism, particularly the American variety, has done more to drive the progress and advancement of humankind in the last 250 years than any other world historic force in history yet devised, and perhaps, who knows what the future may bring. But
yeah, but the problem is that capitalism was not devised. It wasn't devised by anyone.
I think it's very much worth defending and protecting. And I would hope that for those of you who agree with me on the basics of that you would also agree with me that it is important we recognize that there are other important elements that must be protected, a strong military that can help us and our democratic allies defend one another against rising authoritarian.
Too many people for the American dream, not true.
The People's Republic of China in particular, and also a social welfare state that can help Americans feel like, hey, you know what? Look, capitalism is great, but I
Challenge accepted.
also have to feel like I'm going to be flat on my back if I don't win out from it. It's important to remember that. So thanks
Thank
again.
you so much.
Interesting. Very interesting. Extremely interesting video. Extremely interesting video. How can you show? This video sucked. Not gonna lie.
You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior. You have been banned from.
Thank you, Breezy.
SUNGORILLA Infra 8 SUNGORILLA Infra 8 SUNGORILLA Infra 8 SUNGORILLA.
Simulation theory is for stupid people who were never told they were stupid growing up. I've never heard anything more stupid in my entire life than simulation theory. I've never heard anything more stupid in my life. Simulation theory is fucking stupid.
Foot giant inferno pumpkin skeleton will blaze bright in your yard as the biggest, baddest pumpkin on the block.
This is why I want my own house. Thank you, JC. This is why Americans want their own house. They want to put dumb shit like this on it.
This horrifying hulk provides larger-than-life chills, towering over twice the size of your average guest. Its enormous ribcage glows brightly with a realistic flame effect. Looming large, its rotten head is straight out of a nightmare pumpkin patch, with glowing lifelike eyes that look down on you with diabolical disdain. Its burning mouth is full of fire, flame, and flicker. This soaring skeleton has posable arms and spooky sculptural details. Its bones mimic putrid vines twisting high up in the night sky, and its mammoth hands reach and yearn for unsuspecting guests. This behemoth comes with strong tethers and stakes for quick setup and takedown. You'll scare your neighbors out of their gourds. Feel insignificant.
This is for the edgy fucking cringe lords.
And your Halloween.
So they really did the first for best, right?
Guests will marvel as this devil's realistic moving
what
arm
is
and
this?
sculpted hands bring its mask.
How much do these cost? How much do these actually cost?
before its fiendish face. This high-class horror has painted features,
5,000?
detailed clothing, and 2 extra masks. Switch them out to increase the comedy.
Illuminates within his tattered shroud in a sinister red that beckon lost souls.
I have many souls to This classically cringe.
The queen of the underworld.
In his glowing eyes is its giant hands.
Okay, these all suck. Dr. Fauci, give us vaccines. You'll never be my only thing. Dr. Fauci, give us vaccine.
We were not meant to watch these top 10 videos because these are the scary videos no one was supposed to see. Number 10, Haunted Hospice. If you were made to wear a straitjacket, wouldn't you go crazy? Published by Facts and Mysteries in September of 2021. Alan Oliver and his team enter a haunted hospice and find a patient in disorder within. The creepy patient is first seen sitting on the floor near an open doorway,
You have been banned from the Mickey Mouse Club for inappropriate behavior. You
rocking back and forth. His back bandages are covered in red. As they continue to watch him, he stops rocking and is sitting still, but then he starts back up rocking again. As the cameraman approaches the patient, something
Dr. Fauci
is thrown at
give us vaccines.
him.
Fauci?
Though the patient doesn't even turn around, this causes the cameraman to flee, and a moment later he captures this on camera.
It causes the cameraman to flee. Caught him on camera. The hell is that?
Uncertain what this thing is, it looks like a demon whose face is covered in red. The figure has sharp devil-like ears and is captured peering out from behind a doorway for a moment. Upon seeing it, the cameraman runs off again. The creepy creature is again caught later on camera peering out from behind a ledge.
Meu Deus, cara!
The sight of him causes our cameraman to get sick. He is doubled over, coughing uncontrollably. It's not clear if he is sick from this demon's appearance, or maybe the demon sent him some sort of curse. What kind? We don't know, but we could probably guess. All we know is this was something no one was supposed to see. Number 9, bedroom.
This was something no one was supposed to see. No one was supposed to see. At all. You were not supposed to see.
Poltergeist. Just let this poor man sleep. Captured by really haunted.
Why does he talk like that? Just let this poor man sleep.
In February of 2021, this poltergeist isn't playing any games. It means business. The scary video shows a brutal encounter with an angry poltergeist that left this man marked up on both his back and arm. The homeowner is in bed when he hears something banging in the hallway.
In the meantime, we're gonna go for an astral photo.
What the
He
hell?
goes to check on the noise. When he opens the door, he is catapulted back into the room, where he lands on the office chair and computer desk. Something pushed him and hard
What does this
as
prove?
he's recovering from his shock.
Anyone know what this proves? I don't think this proves anything. You can do that by yourself.
The banging continues in the hallway. He manages to shut the door, and then something starts rattling against it as well. He sits against the door and it continues to shake. Really haunted, right? I spent the rest of the night behind the door trying to stop it coming into the room. Right after I am pushed, there is what sounds like a creepy laugh. I am not sure if that noise comes from me or the ghost. I'm guessing the ghost. After all, this isn't the first time this poltergeist has made an appearance, but it's certainly the most aggressive so far. Number 8, Hotel Ghost. We've all seen the scary movie Hostel, but that's a fear of the living. The following is a whole other fear to have to contend with. This CCTV footage has something more in store than orbs and dust. Recorded in October of 2014 at a hostel, the footage shows a girl leaving the bathroom and washing her hands and face at the sink in the hallway. As she retreats from the sink heading toward her room, a small shadowy figure leaps at her and she stumbles forward. She turns around to look for the pushy perpetrator behind her, but finding nothing, continues on. In slowing the video down, you might take note that there is nothing on the ground.
The hell?
Stumble over. You can also see the shadow figure clearly in the video. It propels forward, pushing the woman to trip on her own 2 feet. Is this hostel haunted by an aggressive...
Hold on. One sec, guys. One sec. I'm gonna go close the blinds. Give me a sec. Whoa! What the fuck? What the fuck was that? What just happened? Who did that? The fuck? The fuck they leave? What the hell? Who's doing that? The fuck? Alright, this is dangerous. Hold up. Give me a sec. This is dangerous. Alright, give me a sec. Gotta find out. Hey, where are you hiding? Where are you hiding, huh? I swear someone pushed me. I swear someone pushed me. I swear something happened. I don't believe in ghosts. So there's someone in my... There's gotta be someone here. Give me a sec. Alright, keep an eye, guys. Keep an eye. There's someone in my apartment pushing me around. Somebody's pushing me around, clearly. Sick of playing these games, man. It's the latest thing.
Ghost. And why is this creepy ghost so catty? Number 7, bedroom encounter. This scary video shows someone in bed, clearly terrified. About what? We don't know yet, but we're about to. Found on the channel Faxels in September of 2021. This clip has been trending in the Hindi-speaking YouTube community. The man keeps his camera aimed steadily at the bedroom door. Soon the door bursts open on its own with no one standing behind it.
Someone standing behind it.
As the man pulls his covers aside and fearfully...
As he pulls his covers aside.
He gets out of bed. He turns to the other side.
What the fuck? Fuck is that? You're telling me it's not real and this is fake?
Only to find this creepy creature receding from the corner. The man springs from the room and races away, but the creature with its pitch black hair like appendages and its 2 beady glowing eyes remain on the back of our eyelids. Is this just a nightmare caught on camera? Well, actually, I have tracked it to the YouTube channel of one Danny Donahue, who is a horror director. So while the original may just be fictional nightmare fuel, it's done its job. It's fueling our nightmares. Number
It's fueling. He does it on purpose, dude. It's fueling our nightmares.
6. Amorphous alien blob. Sometimes you've just got to see to believe. Published by Swan Link in August of 2021. She writes that she installed home security cameras and was alerted to this outside her home in Canberra, Australia.
The fuck is that?
The creepy figure captured on film looks like a glowing amorphous blob with strange tentacles. At first, the figure shortly appears like it's blobbing down the street, but then ascends into the sky, climbing through the air, and then
it's clearly a bug on the window. Come on.
The clip ends. Do you have any idea what this alien-like creature could be? Whatever.
It's a bug on the window.
It is, these creatures apparently have appeared in more places than one. KDB writes in the comments, I am from Texas and have seen something similar here before.
Yeah, it's a spider, okay?
Not caught
and it's
it
on the window. It's not in the background. It's on the window.
Camera. If it's on opposite sides of the world in Texas and Canberra, who knows where else it could be? They're coming for us. Number 5, Ghost Race. When you're in a foot race with a ghost, you'll never win. Published by Werewolf Radar in March of 2021, a ghost was tracked across several home cameras in Ohio. Or was it?
What is that? Looks like a. You know what that looks like? You know what that looks like? Hold on. You know what that looks like? This is what it looks like. This is exactly what it looks like. This is what it looks like. Ready? That's what it looks like. It looks like a two-legged running animal. That's what it looks like. It looks like a two-legged running animal.
The ghost is this transparent figure seen streaking in the dark along the grass line. The figure appears out of the darkness and then glides on its way beside the sidewalk until it's out of sight. Several videos of the mysterious figure were posted on the local Facebook group. According to reports, a caller phoned the police around 11 p.m., claiming to have seen a young girl sprinting around the neighborhood. Officers reported to the area and saw a child who fit the description. One officer is reported as saying, I was surprised by what I saw. The person appeared to be a small child, running too quickly for a child. When he exited his vehicle...
It's running too quickly for a child. What does that even mean? It's running too quickly for a child.
And searched the area. The child was gone. In reviewing his dashcam footage
That's
later,
running fast.
He captured no one on camera. So what could be happening here? Is this a child, a fast-running adult, or a ghost? One thing's clear. It wasn't supposed to be seen. Number 4.
What do you mean? It wasn't supposed to be seen.
4. Spirit turns the handle. This scary spirit isn't going to wait for a mere mortal to let him in. Published in July of 2021, Margarita Survev writes, my kitchen cabinets are opening and closing with a sound. I hear someone talking and walking up and down the stairs, but as soon as I pull up a camera, it stops. But finally, I got it. So what did she get? A girl is seen entering the kitchen. After a moment, the door behind her swings wide open, and it doesn't just pop open. The handle can be seen turning on its own before the door opens with nothing behind it. One of the girls calmly goes back to close it, but I have a feeling this isn't the end of their poltergeist activity. It's only the beginning. Number 3.
So her daughter opened the door, right? That's all that happened.
3. Grudge girl has a grudge. Some dance parties end poorly. This was one of them. Published by Breakman in August of 2018, this haunted image has been gaining traction in the Spanish-speaking YouTube community. The scary image shows a group of girls dancing, clearly having fun and oblivious.
Guys, stop being creepy. These are literally children.
to the wall.
These are children. What the mods? Fucking take action. Wake up, mods. Creepy ass Bosch viewers infiltrated us.
Flower buzzkill behind them, who seems left out of the party, and for good reason. The creepy figure sitting on a bed beyond looks like the girl straight out of The Grudge. Her long dark hair like curtains around her pale face, dark eyes, and a white dress. She sits glaring, her dress fanned out around her, but all the girls seem oblivious to her anger, or even to her mere presence. Does this grudge girl hold a grudge against someone at this dance party? Judging by her face, I'd wager the answer is yes. Number 2. Haunted homework. You might refuse to do any of your homework after watching this mysterious clip, published in September of 2021 by Mystery of the World.
Oh my god.
The scary video is home.
I cannot show. Is this guy nude? No, he's not. He's wearing a tank top. Okay. The next video, I just skipped ahead and I was like, what the fuck is that?
Security footage filmed in Mexico.
He did a security footage filmed in Mexico.
In the video, a girl is standing at a small table doing her homework. It's a little past 8 p.m. After a moment, some papers on the table start blowing across it. At first, you might assume it's a breeze, but there doesn't appear to be a fan or any other wind source in the room.
The hell?
The girl races out of there but returns hesitantly shortly after. When she does, the paper starts blowing again, this time fluttering clear off of the table.
The hell? What the hell is that?
A few harder items are also heard being thrown to the floor. Then the girl's entire pencil box falls beneath the table, and her pencils rattle from it. Next, the table moves all together, rattling to one side, its legs dragging across the floor.
Remember in school, don't you think pencils, there's like a super abundance of pencils, but then you ask the teacher for a pencil, she literally gives you like a fucking pencil this big. It's like been sharpened down to this size and that's all the teacher has. What the fuck's up with that? Pencils are like so easy to make and there's so many of them.
What does the poltergeist want with this girl? Whatever it is, I think it's time this family found a different place to live because this place seems seriously haunted. I've got a challenge for you. Since you've made it this far, why not like this video and hit subscribe in the next 5 seconds? What I look like in real life, then go to my Instagram at DylanIsChillinYTotes. Now this situation is terrifying. Bell gives thanks without during this ordeal. And
okay, there's nothing bad. I was going through it to make sure there's no TOS.
Number 1, open up. Now this situation is terrifying. This Ring camera footage captured a crazy guy trying to get the woman inside to open the door, and his reasons are certainly disturbing. The stranger tells the woman inside that he just has a couple of questions for her. In fact, he tells her this repeatedly like a broken record, saying, "Are you sure?
Are you sure?" It's comrade number 3.
I just rang.
He's talking to comrade number 3 behind the door.
Your doorbell because I have a couple questions for you. The repeated nature of his script is one of the scariest parts of this video. He then continues to ring the bell and knock insistently while peering inside. He repeats his mantra asking, "Are you sure? Are you positive?" while continuing to leer in and knock.
Are you sure? I just rang your doorbell because I have a couple questions.
He even appears to try the doorknob at one point. Finally, he gives up and leaves the front step.
That's weird.
As he's walking away, he looks to be holding a bag with something in it. When he reaches the sidewalk, the male homeowner speaks to him through the Ring system, asking who he is, and his answer is chilling. Although the man doesn't tell the homeowner who he is, He calmly explains that he is looking for the girl in the house to open the door so he can take her life. The man then reasonably requests that her husband should encourage her to open the door. He repeats his terrifying goal a couple times and notes without prompt that he's armed. The crazy man leaves again, but as he's walking down the sidewalk, you can hear him say, "Are you sure?" repeatedly, amongst a lot of other ramblings.
Are you sure?
Okay, this isn't spooky. It's just disturbing. That's not. There's a fine line between spooky and fucked up, and that line is calling 911. And here you just have to call 911. That's not spooky at all. That's just fucking terrifying. It's not spooky. It's just terrifying. Okay, like.
According to 8 News Now, the woman inside the home had called the police during this ordeal and waited until their arrival. With the help of social media, the man was recognized and taken into police custody in Las Vegas later that morning and was charged for his actions. His identity is unknown and he was booked as a John Doe. Let's hope this John does some...
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure?
serious time. Skip some scary videos for your own sanity, but these top
scariest unwanted Halloween guests.
In today's top story, we're reminded why truth is often stranger than fiction. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious...
He doesn't show footage, he just narrativizes. We don't get this guy. Do you approve this aesthetic for the future Tanky Futures world? You can't do links in the chat, dude. Give it to him on. Do not watch this video at night.
I really... We live in relative spaces amendments given towards the door's... These videos are so scary, they'll make you want to scream. Good luck proving me wrong. Number 5. Jody Dean, aka Hunting the Dead, has been a paranormal investigator since 2010. He explores practically any haunted location he can find, regardless of the risk to his health and sanity. March 30th, 2020 is when
his health and sanity
revisits this haunted house in his hometown of Aripika, Florida. It only takes 3 minutes and 5 seconds for paranormal activity to begin.
God, it feels so good to be filming again. I really miss this. Pretty simple here. We just have a nice little paranormal potty.
In the mirror, a shadow figure passes by that's not his reflection.
What the fuck is that?
You can even see Jody's arm in front of it. It happens too fast for him to notice, so he continues deeper inside. Later, he senses something near and he turns around.
Exactly why I do this. Dude, I just seen it.
He sees it, a shadow passing across the doorway.
Do not order all the... Oh my god, what is this fucking video?
Hey guys, before we get into this video, everybody make sure you go subscribe to my vlog channel, Eli So
Is this
Crazy.
video TOS, Chulo? Is there any TOS in this? Is there any TOS in this video? There's something, he ordered the wrong Happy Meal. Is the video TOS? Yeah, it's TOS. It's not?
Hey guys,
Okay.
before we get into this video, everybody make sure you go subscribe to another lady video as always. Today I'm coming at you guys with another banger. You already know what it is, man. Tonight, guys, I'm going to be eating all the Dame Tu Cositas Happy Meals, guys. That's right, every single color. I'm going to get that Happy Meal, y'all. This is going to be an insane banger, man. You guys already know what it is, man. I'm starving right now, so I'm trying to hurry up and get to McDonald's before they close. They close in like a half hour, so I need to hurry up and get there. So before we get to this video, make sure all you guys smash the like button right now. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Turn on post notifications. Go subscribe to my blog and reaction channel. Both links will be in the description. If you want my merch, go copy the link in the description as well. Go follow my Instagram, Eli_so_Quay. Yeah, man. With that being said, man, let's go get this Happy Meal begin. Chomping down and see what's going to happen. Everybody in the comment box, comment what you think is going to happen in this video, man. But hold on. Whoa. Before you guys get into all that, why you guys didn't smash the like button? I just said smash the like button. I can see you, I've been watching you guys, and only a very few of you smash the like button. Some of you guys didn't. So if people that didn't smash the like button, smash right now. I'm looking at you right now. Let me see you smash. Let me see. Nope, not yet. Smash it. Come on. What are you waiting for? Start this video. Smash the like button right now. Let's go. Good job, man. All right, let's head McDonald's, get these Happy Meals, man. And yeah, see you guys in a few. Deuces.
Thank you, Hipsco.
Alright, so McDonald's, well, it's not closed, but it is closed. Like it's fake closed basically. So the entrance of McDonald's is closed, but the drive-thru is open. So right now I'm on the drive-thru line waiting, y'all. We almost there though, so don't worry. On the drive-thru right now waiting, and we are going to get these Dame Tu Cosita Happy Meals.
Oh, Nexpo. I forgot about Nexpo. Fuck, that's a good one. Nexpo's a good one, right? They have good videos. Oh, they do have good ones. We're watching Nexpo next time. Tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. I'm not going to be live tomorrow. Tuesday when I'm back, we're going to watch some Nexpo. Fuck, I forgot about those. Those are actually good. Those are actually really good. Oh, we have the Nick Land video and the Nexpo video. We're going to watch next time. I need to give you guys some debate content. The debates are really what grow me, but right now we're in a chill phase. We're in a really chill phase of our streaming career, or my streaming career. But I gotta turn up the heat. I just want to enjoy this Halloween. Yeah, guys. I'll do this at the end of the stream. We'll
smash the like button. We have them shortly, man. Gotta get these Happy Meals, boy.
Oh, welcome to McDonald's. How can I help you?
Yes. Let me get 2 Happy Meals. Dame Tu Cosita.
Happy Meals, what kind?
Chicken nugget.
How many pieces, sir? 4 or 6?
Let me get a 4-piece.
Okay, 2 4-piece. And would you like apple slices, gourd, or fries?
Tarek, we have stuff in. This stuff has been in the works, but Raul's finishing the patriotism video right now. I think it'll be done this week. I don't know when it's gonna be done. But after we're doing a patriotism video, or Grayson and Henry are doing one. Then Ed's writing something now. He's writing something for the social credit score video. Then long term, me and Ezra want to release a Mongol video by December.
I'll take apple slices.
Apple slices, and what would you like to drink?
Apple juice.
They don't ask you if the Happy Meal is for a boy or girl anymore. Why?
For both?
Why not?
Yes.
Is this for a boy or a girl?
Boy. And can I get?
No, they do ask.
Barbecue sauce?
Sure. Anything else?
Nah, that's all.
Okay, so your total is $6.57, 2 Happy Meals. Second window, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, guys. So I just realized I only ordered 2 Happy Meals, so I just went back and I ordered
You know who orders a Happy Meal? Someone who's someone who's dieting. Yeah, could I just have a Happy Meal?
2 more Happy Meals, so now I have 4. That's almost all.
You know what? Happy Meals are disgusting. When I turned 11, I stopped getting Happy Meals because it was, well, you know what? I always liked the Happy Meals because there was a toy. And it was a cute little box, right? But it wasn't enough food. It was never enough food in a Happy Meal.
All the colors of the Dame Tu Cosita. I mean,
whenever I used to get McDonald's, my parents were like, no, you're not getting a Happy Meal. It's a ripoff. Don't get a fucking Happy Meal. We'll just get a 20-piece chicken and large fry. And as a dumb, ungrateful, stupid kid, I never knew that the joy of McDonald's is actually the food. Because all food tastes the same when you're a kid. So I wanted the Happy Meal with the toy and the box. And I was a dumb kid. And my parents were actually right. But I was I really was always sad. And I thought they were being cheap. And I was like, why can't we get I always felt listen, look what a fucking ungrateful kid I was. Every time my kids ordered a literal McDonald's feast for me, like 10 chicken nuggets, large fry, and the shake, and fucking the burger, whatever, and the McChicken, I would think of it like, oh, they fell short because I didn't get the Happy Meal. I thought the Happy Meal was like the prestige, and they were just getting me cheap shit, you know? And it's literally the opposite.
I'll say it 2. I ordered 2 already. I went back and I ordered 3 more, so that's 5.
When I turned 11, like, the Happy Meal was not enough to feed me. Or when I turned 10 even.
5 Happy Meals, y'all. So right now we just waiting on them, and yeah, we gonna see you guys in the crib, man. Peace. All right, guys, got all the Happy Meals here. Oh, there's a whole lot.
These Happy Meals, I'm gonna be real, okay? There is something joyous about Happy Meals. There is something joyous about them.
1, 2.
As a kid, when you're a kid, though, it makes you feel a certain way when you get a Happy Meal.
3.
It's this nice, happy little box, and it has a toy, and it's psychologically for kids, you know?
And 4, yeah. A lot of Happy Meals. Let's go. All right. Okay, and the door's open again. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You know what Happy Meals are? The reason we love Happy Meals as kids is because they make us feel connected to the world. I didn't have an iPad growing up. I didn't have an iPhone growing up. But the way I felt connected to the world and media and mass popular culture was through Happy Meals. Because, like, the boxes had the toys that were... It wasn't just because they were toys, dude. It was because there were toys that were the latest and greatest toys reflecting the latest and greatest movie or TV show or whatever. And guys, you guys remember when Burger King had SpongeBob toys? Oh my god, dude. That was fucking... I'm about to cry, dude. The toys used to reflect the movies and the fucking TV shows. And it was so, like, fulfilling to get those toys and feel connected to all of that. You know, it's all psychological manipulation, obviously, but it's still.
Doors open. Oh yeah. Oh, I squeeze my finger. That would have been pretty crazy, yeah. Oh my god, something is on. I put these down here. Put these down here, right. Oh my god.
What's the Dame tu Cosita? What is that?
Oh no. Oh no, not this again, bro. Oh my god.
Is it TOS? There's no TOS.
Oh my god. Alright, guys. So Dame tu Cosita is playing again, y'all. Dame tu Cosita is playing again. What? Yo, this always happens. Why does this always happen, bro? Oh my god. Is this different color ones? Because I just bought the different color Dame tu Cosita Happy Meal. So let's see if it's different.
What's Dame tu Cosita?
So far, it's the orange one. It's an orange one so far. Okay, I get the point. Let's see if it's gonna change color.
Is there a Dame tu Cosita Happy Meal based on a meme? What is Dame tu Cosita? I've never heard it. Is that the latest thing that kids like? What is Dame tu Cosita?
Bienvenidos a la cripta. Dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita.
Is there a Happy Meal based on this? This is the latest. Wow, McDonald's really going bankrupt.
Ay, dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita.
Is this actually the fucking McDonald's Happy Meal they're selling?
Ay, dame tu cosita.
This is not appropriate for children, by the way.
Dame tu cosita. Ay, toma. Cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, toma.
That's not appropriate for kids.
Colors, guys. Let's see right now. Let's see. Oh my god. It's changing different colors. It is changing different colors. This is a different color. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, this is a different color. Dame tu cosita.
Kids are literally fucking stupid as hell and they believe this.
Happy Meal. Guys. Oh my gosh, different colors. Hold on. We gotta make sure this is official. If one more different color come on after this blue one, this is officially the different color Dame tu Cosita show, y'all. And I just ordered the different color Dame tu Cosita Happy Meals. This is insane, bro. Let's just make sure. Let's just see. Y'all gonna see, y'all. Let's go. Okay. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, you see? It is. Oh my God, turn this off. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo, guys. All right, something crazy is gonna happen, y'all. Something crazy is gonna happen. Anyway, y'all, got all the Happy Meals. Let me take off this shirt so we could begin eating, y'all. Don't want to waste no time. It is hot in here. It's pretty hard to do with one hand. All right, let's get into this video, man. Let's see what we got in these Happy Meals, man. So we got the first Dame Tu Cosita Happy Meal here, man. We got juice. What's this? Some apple slices.
Damn, this looks good right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Fries.
Ooh, I want to get some McDonald's. Should I get McDonald's tonight?
Nuggets.
I should just go get McDonald's tonight.
And the toy. What type of toy is this? Dame Tu Cosita? Oh my God, I think it's a Dame Tu Cosita toy, yeah.
No, it's not. That was not a Dame. That was a shark. That was not a Dame Tu Cosita toy at all.
I'll check that out later.
Why is this video called Dame Tu Cosita? What?
This is Happy Meal number 1.
This guy's lazy as hell. He just found a random meme. When is this fucking video from? Oh, it's from fucking like 5 years ago. That's why, because he anticipated it was going to be the next Baby Shark. And that's why he made this, to capitalize off the algorithm.
Barbecue sauce. All right, this is Happy Meal number 2, y'all. Look like the same
It's from
thing.
2018.
It's Happy Meal number 1. It's the same thing, okay?
Do they really not ask if it's for a boy or a girl anymore? Is that true?
Let's check Happy Meal number 3. Oh, this one looks different, y'all. This Happy Meal looks different from the other ones. Oh my God, what is this?
The hell is that?
This one is different. Oh.
That's not McDonald's, dude. That's not from McDonald's. These are not. This is like... These are like, is this? This is either Wendy's. I think that's Wendy's, isn't it? That's Wendy's. I don't know. That's Burger King or Wendy's, or it's. I think it's a frozen food. I thought it was frozen too. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, this looks different.
That's what I thought too. I thought it was frozen.
These. All right, and this is the last one. Now let's see what's in here. This one feels light.
Clearly, it's never been opened.
What the hell? Why is this one so light? Let's see what's in here. Hold on. Oh,
the hell?
No. Another note. And blood in a box. There's blood in here. There's blood, y'all. Oh my God. Alright, let's just check the note. Eat this and you'll die. Oh my God. Oh my God. Guys, it said if I eat this, I'll die. You know what? I'm still gonna eat it because I know you guys want me to do it, man. But everybody,
What do you mean you're gonna still do it?
smash the like button. If you guys smash the
You
like
mean
button,
you're still gonna do it?
I won't die. Smash the like button right now. Let's eat this Happy Meal, y'all. I'm never scared. I'm not gonna let nothing scare me. Let's eat this Happy Meal. All right, y'all. So first,
This is the desperation that pushes Americans. This is the economic desperation pushing Americans to do anything for money.
start with this. We got some ketchup here. Let's open this up. Okay. You got some ketchup. Ew, this ketchup looks so dark, like it's blood or something. All right, y'all. Let's open up the barbecue sauce. All right. Got the sauce. Barbecue and
That looks better than McDonald's, I'm not gonna lie. Especially those fries. But there's more of these.
Eat some of these fries. See how it's tasting, y'all.
I think I might get McDonald's tonight.
It tastes strange.
What do y'all think?
Not bad. Alright. Not bad.
I love the idea of a fucking Dame tu cosita Happy Meal. Did they have a Baby Shark McDonald's toy? Current McDonald's toys. The current Happy Meal. What does the current Happy Meal have? It's Disney! I'm gonna be real, these Disney ones were fucking great, dude. I love the Disney ones. The Disney ones were actually fucking cool when I was a kid. I hate Disney. I think Disney should be banned. But I'm speaking as my childhood self right now. I used to love those Disney ones. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. For my childhood self, those were the best ones. Sometimes they sucked, but sometimes they were really good. Damn, they had Star Wars ones? I've missed a lot. I remember. You guys remember when Burger King had the Star Wars toys for Revenge of the Sith, and they were like these big bobbleheads or whatever? Those were cool. A water bug was in your Burger King meal? The fuck? Yeah, the Star Wars toys were... Burger King had the best fucking toys, easily. Burger King had way better toys. Burger King had the best toys. Remember, this guy was terrified of that note, and he's still eating all this. Yeah, I just remembered something. Can anyone just tell me really quickly? Just tell me yes or... One's in the chat if you recognize this song. One's in the chat if you know about this song.
Walk with my tits, walk with my tits. 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 I'm getting tired.
Never mind. Y'all don't remember anything. That's how I know you guys are young. What the fuck?
This is delicious, y'all. Alright guys, so what I'm gonna do is finish up all of this, and when I'm done, I'm gonna get back to you guys, and we're gonna see if anything gonna happen. Stay tuned, smash the like button, let's get it. Oh my god, guys, the light just turned off, y'all. The light just turned off, y'all. Oh my gosh. I see the orange Dame tu cosita, the blue Dame tu cosita. Oh my god. Guys, it's different Dame tu cositas. It's different ones, y'all. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Should we let them in? I don't know what to do, y'all. I don't know what to do, guys. I don't think I'm gonna open the door. I'm not gonna open that door, man. Hell no. I'm not gonna open that door. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. What the hell? What the hell, bro? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh.
He's getting kicked out of this hotel, 100%. This apartment building, he's getting kicked out.
They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
He couldn't even get someone to get a costume and chase.